Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon province. During summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south, through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lee Kai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, but this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Alpensia Ski Resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula ski jumping center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljongsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljongsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Jonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do, but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hills Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean Peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon-do, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haiwon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon-do, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon-do, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon-do is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon-do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 1만 2천 봉 팔만광자 유정사 법당 뒤에 칠성난 도두오고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달 열흘 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이
Clean highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin, as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. The clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm. Delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanu, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forests and pure and natural water. Pangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath your feet. Whitewater rafting and kayaking across rough currents invites you to experience primitive nature. Exciting exploration of the fantastical limestone caves. And enjoying the view of the beautiful watercourses of Dong River through zip lines can invigorate and rejuvenate. Spend the night with your families and friends, with the forest and rivers that preserve the clean, primitive ecology. The moon and the stars shine throughout the night as guardians, sending a message of comfort. The wooden paths and the quiet temples of the mountain helps us find who we are. A journey of healing in PyeongChang restores the forgotten passion for our lives. PyeongChang is where peace began. Going through the frozen past and the heated present, we are taking a new step towards the future that will make hearts glow. PyeongChang will present new energy and peace in the lives of those who step upon it.
Bonjour, moi relais Sébastien. Moi gagné 10 ans ma vivre en Haïti. Moi lever à 7 heures chaque matin pour moi aller à l'école. Pour moi aller à l'école chaque matin, moi marcher environ 1 heure de temps. Médecin, l'aime fini avec l'école classique pour me capable servir monde qui malade dans le pays Pour me capable venir un bon médecin, moi dois étudier en pile. Jouer avec tes amis mieux dans l'école là. Mais il est très difficile pour aller à l'école à pied. Moi toujours dormir chaque matin dans la classe là. Mais moi pas de problème. Parce que j'ai bus pour transporter moi à l'école là. À cause du bus là, moi viens étudier en pile et moi jouer avec tes amis moi yo. Moi pas dormir dans la classe là encore parce que moi t'a remis venir un bon médecin. Merci en pile collègue.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce you to Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south, through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lee Kai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, but this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Alpensia Ski Resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula ski jumping center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljongsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljongsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jeonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Jeonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do, but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hills Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean Peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon-do, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haewon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon-do, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon-do, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon-do is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon-do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 12,000봉 8만광자 유정사 법당 위에 칠성난 도둑 오고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달열을 녹음해 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 관객님 외로움
Clean highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin, as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. The clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm. Delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanu, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forests and pure and natural water. Pangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath your feet. Whitewater rafting and kayaking across rough currents invites you to experience primitive nature. Exciting exploration of the fantastical limestone caves. And enjoying the view of the beautiful watercourses of Dong River through zip lines can invigorate and rejuvenate. Spend the night with your families and friends, with the forest and rivers that preserve the clean, primitive ecology. The moon and the stars shine throughout the night as guardians, sending a message of comfort. The wooden paths in the quiet temples of the mountain helps us find who we are. A journey of healing in PyeongChang restores the forgotten passion for our lives. PyeongChang is where peace began. Going through the frozen past and the heated present, we are taking a new step towards the future that will make hearts glow. PyeongChang will present new energy and peace in the lives of those who step upon it.
Bonjour, moi relais Sébastien. Moi gagné 10 ans ma vivre en Haïti. Moi lever à 7 heures chaque matin pour moi aller à l'école. Pour moi aller à l'école chaque matin, moi marcher environ 1 heure de temps. Moi ta remè vini un bon médecin, l'aime fini avec l'école classique moi, pour me capable servir moun qui malade dans pays moi. Pour me capable venir un bon médecin, moi dois étudier en pile. Moi remè jouer avec tes amis mio dans l'école là. Mais il est très difficile pour aller à l'école à pied. Moi toujours gain dormir chaque matin dans la classe là. Mais moi pas de problème. Parce que gain bus pour transporter moi à l'école là. À cause bus là, moi viens étudier en pile et moi jouer avec tes amis moi yo. Moi pas dormir dans la classe là encore parce que moi t'a remè venir un bon médecin. Merci un pile Koika.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon Province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south, through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake.
제공됩니다. The interpreter will provide, and then the Korean is 7 and the English is 8, so you can use this equipment. 지금 이 정도요? 이 정도. So you should make a close. 아이들 재단의 최연아입니다. 2022년 평창 포럼.
My name is Choi Hyun-ha from the Heights Jaidel Foundation. We are at the session on climate cooperation on the Korean Peninsula with International Network. We have speakers here and also participants. Thank you very much. I also thank our online participants. We'll be talking about how we can cooperate on the climate issue on the Korean Peninsula, and I do believe that we will be able to share diverse views. As you know, we are faced with the climate change issue. There's the bird flu, the swine flu, and the COVID-19 pandemic. And through these events, we could realize once again that North and South Korea have a joint destiny. We are intertwined together. And also, we also have to work with the global community in order to overcome these environmental challenges and also social and economic challenges as well. So against this backdrop, during this session, we will be talking about how we can jointly respond to environmental issues on the Korean Peninsula, how we can cooperate in terms of technology, how we can tackle environmental issues, diagnose these issues, and cooperate throughout the Korean Peninsula and beyond. So we will be talking about climate cooperation, also how we can go beyond this region and engage in global cooperation. To discuss this matter, we have invited 4 guests, and we will listen to presentations and go on to panel discussions. So everyone here at the venue and also those participating online, we ask for your active participation. Let me introduce our speakers first. First, from URACCESS Korea, country representative, Mr. Thomas Wierzbowski. Dr. Wierzbowski is here. Please give him a big round of applause. And next, we have with us from Korea University Ojung Resilience Institute at Korea, research professor Dr. Song Chul-ho. Third, we have with us from Kookmin University, Professor Im Chul-hee. And last but not least, from our organizing agency, from the Hans Seidel Foundation Korea, representative Dr. Bernhard Zelliger is also joining us. So, we will begin our discussion on climate cooperation on the Korean Peninsula and talk about how we can cooperate internationally as well.
As you know well, in terms of responding to climate change, we have to include North Korea in our discussions, and including all of the people here, the 2 Koreas in East Asia and Europe. And going beyond these areas, actually globally, this is a challenge that requires a global response. And at the PyeongChang Peace Forum also, we are talking about peace, but I think peace and climate change also go hand in hand as both important topics and going beyond COVID-19 situation, not just the two Koreas, but multilaterally, what kinds of cooperations are necessary in order to address this issue? That is what I'd like to talk about through my presentation. First of all, let's take a moment to look at the efforts of North Korea against climate. Since 2017, there's been stronger sanctions against the North. And so our cooperation with North Korea, particularly with regards to climate response, we are wondering if these efforts are going on in North Korea. And North Korea is faced with severe economic crisis, and so many people doubt that there are any climate actions going on in North Korea. But very fortunately and paradoxically, in North Korea also, climate actions are ongoing as it is in other countries. So it did ratify the Paris Agreement, and in 2017, North Korea became a member of the IUCN. So the Ministry of Land and Environment Protection became a member, and in 2018 it joined the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership, and it also became a party to the Ramsar Convention. And from the perspective of biodiversity, well, as you know, rather than the developed or advanced countries, it's the developing countries such as North Korea that have the strength in terms of biodiversity-related work. And in 2019, we have GCF, the office is in Songdo, but North Korea designated or received designation of an NDA and national focal point for GCF in 2019. So North Korea, of course, some people may doubt that they are engaging in any concrete actions aside from just becoming members. In fact, there are research and efforts going on. So CTCN, I'm sure you've heard about the Climate Technology Center and Network. And North Korea in 2017 gave a proposal to CTCN. And in 2019, it had received approval for its readiness project that it submitted. But in terms of climate response, well, there are some research and network activities, but if you look what's happening in the field, in terms of drought or flooding, these natural disasters are ongoing in North Korea. So let me give you a concrete example. Dr. Thomas and Dr. Zelliger, who are our speakers, have taken these photos. In 2015 in Rason area, there was a major flooding. And as you can see here, there were actually massive damages that occurred. And then in 2017, Dr. Zelliger had taken this photo himself, and he will be giving the details during his presentation later on this flooding. And there was some restoration work that was conducted, and North Korea has come up with some countermeasures against these natural disasters. But as you can see on the photos, well, there was the 2015 flooding, and as part of the restoration work, these facilities have now been rebuilt. But then, when there's a repeat of these natural disasters, what's going to happen to this restoration work? There are more concerning elements that we can find here in this photo. If you look at the road condition or the fact that there's a mountain behind these facilities, which may lead to landslide. So, with regards to the details, Dr. Lim and Dr. Song will be giving the details during their presentations later on with regards to what measures we can take specifically. Another issue that we need to think about is that, the discussions about climate, they're ongoing, and needed policies and the technologies, we know what are necessary. But in terms of the victims themselves, those who are directly affected by these natural disasters. In North Korea, when they take concrete response measures, should we take a national approach, or does this require a regional East Asian level response? Or does it require a more local level approach, such as the Gangwon province level approach in which we are here right now?
토론이 필요한 상황이라고
I think this
이에
requires
대해서
further discussions about the types of level of responses that is necessary to help North Korea.
이어서 말씀을 해주실
And
예정이고요.
the next speaker will be Dr. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Choi, for this kind introduction. Thank you very much, Hans Seidel Foundation, for inviting me, and thank you very much to PyeongChang Peace Forum for organizing this meaningful event. Before I start, I really liked how yesterday the moderator of plenary session confused PyeongChang and Pyongyang. She was saying that the New York Orchestra visited Pyongyang, and then they came to PyeongChang, and so on. I think it's a good way, and I hope one day we will be buying ticket to PyeongChang and maybe land in Pyongyang, and I hope we will all gather together in Pyongyang Peace Forum at a certain point. So my name is Tomasz, and I represent Euraccess Initiative. Euraccess is a European Commission program aimed to promote Europe, European research area, as a research destination for Korea-based researchers, but also to promote European values, to promote what's the best in Europe, to spread and to enhance European values all over the world. In this capacity, I'm sitting here and will be sharing certain lessons from Europe. And when I do this, I sometimes encounter reactions from my Korean friends here, like, how can you talk about European values here in Northeast Asia? You know, Japan colonized Korea and they didn't apologize. Yes, of course, but let me just emphasize that the history of Europe is the history of war. Nowhere in the world people mastered themselves in annihilating each other. We Europeans really know how to kill each other, how to extinct each other. What Spaniards did to Brits, what Germans did to French, and so on, it's beyond human imagination. So my point is here, two global conflicts started in Europe, and now the European continent is integrated, is unified. Any kind of reconciliation and integration is possible, not because of certain events, but despite certain events. And this is something I would always like to keep in mind while talking about European values here in Northeast Asia. Now, going back to the topic, what's the European role here while addressing climate change and climate issues? First of all, it's difficult to comprehend what EU is, because EU is not a country, it's not a nation state. And in current international world order, nation states are still the most important actors. So it's difficult to position Europe in the global arena. Henry Kissinger once said that, you know, what is Europe? Where shall I call when I want to talk to Europe? Is it Brussels? Is it Berlin? Is it London? Is it Paris? So yes, Europe is not a nation state, but it's the biggest economy in the world. European single market works. Europe controls the second most important currency in the world, and it is the biggest donor to international aid. So it's impossible to ignore Europe as a global actor. So Europe is there. And climate change and climate-related issues were always on the top agenda of Europe and still are. Currently, one of the top priorities of European policies is so-called twin transition, which is digital transition, digitalization, and Green Deal, the European Green Deal, the policy to achieve zero net greenhouse gas emissions until 2050. This is something that European member states transferred to the European Commission in order to solve those issues, in order to forge those policies. And it's not something new. Europe was there from the very beginning. It was in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change since 1990. Europe has always been part of the global discussion on climate change. European Commission was always one of the top actors when addressing those issues. And while Europe was integrating, it always had climate issues and climate change somewhere on the top of their agenda. Kyoto Protocol, first commitment, second commitment, Europe was always there, and European member states were always committed to those solutions developed during those talks. And it was the European Union that constructed the European emission trading schemes. It was the first large greenhouse gas emission trading scheme in the world, and it is still the largest one. While Europe was integrating, member states agreed on an EU-wide cap instead of national caps, meaning that certain policies were again transformed to some supranational government, which EU Commission is. EU member states decided to leave certain authority to something bigger, to something above national governments. And EU reached this goal that was designed by the Kyoto Protocol in 2018 and reduced greenhouse gas emissions by more than 20% comparing to the level of 1990s. And EU emission trading system, the one that is the biggest in the world, it's still working and it's still there. Now, one of the top priorities of the European Union, as I mentioned, the European Green Deal to achieve greenhouse gas emissions net zero production until 2050 is one of the top priorities. And last year in 2021, in July, the climate law was introduced and published in the official journal of the European Commission. This basically turned political commitment and statement into legal obligations and legal actions that member states must comply with. Now, I mentioned European values. It is important to see that the Republic of Korea's policies and values are actually aligned with the European ones. The European Green Deal is very similar to the South Korean Green Deal announced 2 years ago by the current administration. Also, the aim is to achieve zero net greenhouse gas emissions until 2050. And in this capacity, I truly think that South Korea and the EU could work together, could join forces to reduce climate change, because no one can be left behind, neither North Korea nor South Korea. And here, let me emphasize that EU is actually producing less than 10% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. So while being committed, while having this climate change on the top of agenda, I sometimes feel that EU is fighting somebody else's war. Looking into North Korea, because EU's role in Korean Peninsula, Dr. Choi already mentioned it. North Korea is there, is part of the international organizations and international society. Let's do not reinvent the wheel. Let's use existing organizations, existing commitments, and North Korea is part of it. North Korea is part of Kyoto Protocol and had signed Paris Agreement and do have the national authority, designed national authorities since 2008. As Dr. Choi already mentioned, they do have certain framework, they do have certain infrastructure, policy, political infrastructure to be utilized by the international community and by South Korea as well. Maybe it's not that feasible, but these are North Korean participants to a conference of the parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and those in bold. This list is very often criticized by international community that North Koreans did not attend all the COPs. I see it the other way around. The glass is half empty, half full. Maybe they did not attend all COPs, but if you look carefully, the last one was in Glasgow, and it's not here. The last one was affected by COVID, so let's maybe keep it as an outlier. But the two previous ones, in 2018 and 2019, if you look carefully at the affiliation of those officials who attended, they were the real policy makers and decision makers from Pyongyang. Previous COPs were attended by diplomats in the country where COP was held. So basically, they just attended for the sake of attendance. However, two previous COPs, the one in Katowice and Madrid, those were attended by officials from Pyongyang who came all the way around to participate, which means they also have it at the top of their agenda. They care about it. These people were the ones who actually can make a change within North Korean political system and implement policies. And so by looking at the affiliation of those people, I can tell you that North Korea also can address and is addressing climate issues. Only recently, last year in December, North Korea attended a webinar on Asian Sea East Convention, anyhow, to address green recovery from the oceans, and then they signed MOU together with South Korea and Japan. So they are there. They are part of international system. They are discussing. They are addressing certain issues, and they are ready to be approached. It's not that it's a closed society in the way it is physically closed right now by COVID. So to conclude briefly, without political will, nothing can happen. And we need to seek for cooperation and discussion with North Korea under multilateral arrangement, not to address those issues unilaterally or bilaterally by South Korea, but let's use existing framework of international organizations, of International Union for Conservation of Nature, United Nations, EU Commission, EU as a whole. Let's use the umbrella of international organizations and international nations to address issues that are globally important, not only for the European Union or North Korea, but for the whole world. And I am personally concerned about climate change because this is really existential problem. And sometimes I wonder whether it's not too late. And while personally I am concerned, allow me to quote former US President John Kennedy and use his words that a climate change is a problem that was man-made and therefore can be solved by man. And no problem of human destiny is beyond human being. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Thank you for sharing your opinion, especially status of EU's climate action, and your last word also very emphasized to us. Maybe we can discuss about more things, but I'd like to add more information about the PEMC things. PEMC is a partnership in the environmental management for the Sea of East Asia. North and South Korea delegation normally regularly meet during that partnership. Maybe we can discuss more details later. So 다음으로 아시아 앞서 유럽 케이스에 대해서
Earlier, Dr. Tomasz talked about the European case. Now let's take it the Asian perspective, particularly in the mid-latitude region in which the two Koreas are included in. What kinds of cooperation can be made in this mid-latitude region? On this topic, we have Professor Song Chul-ho of the Ojang Resilience Institute who will give the presentation. Good morning. As was just introduced, I am Song Chul-ho. There are activists, there are also those who are working within a network, but for me, I am a researcher and I am working at a school. And so, just a moment, please. I can't see my slides. So I do mostly research, and I'd like to share with you some thoughts that came to my mind as I was conducting the related research. I'd like to begin with an introduction of the Ojang Resilience Institute. So Ojang is the name of the donor to Korea University, and we have the name Resilience in our institution. And so resilience has to do with having the ability to recover after being hit by a crisis. And so, seen from the resilience perspective, the climate issue, as we heard earlier, is not a natural disaster, but a man-made crisis. And so, seen from that respect, as we try to find solutions to the climate problem, and of course this is a global issue and there are many different causes, but because of the climate change, there are many adaptation and mitigation efforts that have to be taken by each nation and globally as well. And so, seen from that perspective, when we try to deal with the topic of climate or climate resilience, I think it's important for us to broaden our horizon to try to find case studies and examples that we can benchmark on. So that is a broad perspective that I'd like to take as I begin my presentation. So let me begin with a definition of mid-latitude region. South Korea, the Korean Peninsula, is part of the mid-latitude region, and this is the area around 30 to 60 latitude. And I'd like to focus on the northern hemisphere in which we are at right now. Of course, there's a lot of different ecological zones here. There is the very arid region. The Gobi Desert is also part of the northern hemisphere. This is an area with high population density, and because of that, this region is changing because of the anthropogenic activities that's going on right now, and this is leading to ecological changes as a result. And so, what are the issues that this region is faced with? Let me now talk about that. First of all, what I'm showing you here is the Aral Sea region, and you will see that it was a lake. The Aral Sea was a lake, and you will see that there is a decrease in the water, and there's desertification that's going on, and people had used up the water resources here, and this trend had aggravated because of rising temperature due to climate change. And so there is a lot of land degradation that had happened here. And then if you look at the right side, you will see A and B. And these are future projections about how much desertification will happen. If you look at the mid-latitude region, you will see that the red areas is going to really widen much in the future. And what you see below is the ecological changes that we can expect, the vegetation changes that we can expect in the future. And if you could exclude the desert areas, the pink areas would be where most of the changes occur. And so there's a lot of impact as a result of climate change that's ongoing right now. Now let's talk about the water resources problem. So hydrologically, when there is a flooding that happens or when there is severe drought that occurs, that's going to have very long-term effects. And also for trees and for other living beings, not just humans, water resources is very important. So we're going to see an increase in these water stress or water-related problems. And Korea is suffering from a lot of the yellow dust problem also. And we'll be seeing more of the sandy dust or yellow dust problems happening as a result of the climate becoming drier. And so it's very clear that climate change is bringing about a lot of natural disasters and problems. So we need to take response measures. And of course, there are different approaches available, but since I am an environmental researcher, I think we can begin by looking at the environment and environmental restoration and the economy. So what I'm showing you right now is the area of the forest, as well as the environmental investments and its effect on the GDP. So this is a graph that shows the correlation between the two. And you will see that in terms of GDP people are saying that we need to reduce carbon these days. And the effects on carbon, you will see that there is a clear pattern that is emerging. So there is a high correlation between the two. And similarly, this is a research that we conduct ourselves, is that you will see that there is a decrease in the forest area. And on the right side, you will see that if trees grow well, they will have thicker diameters, thicker trunks. But then that trend is actually also aggravating right now. So in the case of North Korea, you will see that the forest area is declining. But in the case of South Korea, we have had a good maintenance level in terms of our forests. And so economically, the situation between North and South Koreas are clearly different. And so, the economic aspects and its relation to climate and health issues, how are we going to try to approach the problem linking the two important areas together. So those are some thoughts that we need to consider. And what you see here is that there is a downward decline of the dots for North Korea, but for South Korea, we are seeing an increase in the forest area, so an upward trend. So we need to consider environmental restoration and also climate change responses at the same time as we consider the economic aspects as well. For North Korea, there are many changes that are happening as a result of climate crisis or climate change. And globally, we saw that there is more land degradation that's happening. It's the same for North Korea as well. So let us try to compare the two Koreas. On the left side, you will see that a lot of the forests are being transitioned to croplands or farmlands. And so because of climate change, the issue of subsistence is becoming more severe or aggravating. And so in the later presentations, we'll be listening more about this, the specificities of this transition. But so these are problems that are happening right now. What are the solutions that we can adopt? What approach should we take? That's what we need to think about. And in terms of the land degradation, I think we have a lot of evidence that it's happening in different places in North Korea. And with the forest degradation, another related problem is the increase in droughts and flooding, which also means that there is less capability to respond to these increase in natural disasters. And these events are being reported through the news agencies. And if you look, this is the Sohung Lake area, and we are seeing the trends. Every time there's a heavy downpour, the amount of water increases, there's flooding, but then during droughts, the amount of water declines also. So these are the existing phenomena that we are observing that's happening in the north. So as we just heard now, there are many problems that North Korea is suffering from, which are also global problems as well with regards to climate. So, and Dr. Cheona did introduce earlier that North Korea has submitted its NDC, and it is part of the CTCN, and it's trying to be active in the climate sphere. And what's interesting here is that if you look at the NDC of North Korea, it has what's called a conditional contribution. So North Korea is willing to reduce its emissions under certain conditions, basically. And also it's going to work on emission reductions in the environment, the forest and the environment areas, and it's focusing on adaptation mostly. But of course, there are conditional conditions that have been met. This just shows that North Korea requires international solidarity, international cooperation, and that can be implemented through specific projects. So now let me talk about the specific projects. I talked about CTCN earlier, but climate technology will be very important. There are a lot of problems that are rising as a result of climate change, and the technology that is applied to try to address these problems are what we call the climate technology. And the CTCN actually helps the developing countries receive that technology and use the technology in the field. So you will see the number of the different project registrations, and this has to do with SDG number 13 and number 7, also number 8, number 9 SDG, which has to do with sustainable production and energy industry. So you will see that most of our projects are concentrated in these specific SDGs. With regards to hunger, food, such as and other SDG 2, 5, 15, 16 issues, yes, they are still relevant, but I think it just shows the current global trends. For the mid-latitude region, countries such as Mongolia, Nepal, Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, these countries are included here, Pakistan, Tunisia, and Uzbekistan. There are investments from these countries, but mostly the focus is energy and the agroforestry, water, and industry, carbon fixation, so which basically it has to do with low carbon emissions. These are the types of technologies that they want, and these projects are actually, some of them are ongoing. So looking at the situation of the country, I mean, it's important for North Korea, or I think what North Korea is trying to do is try to benchmark other countries that are in a similar situation or globally as well. But seen from technology perspective, so SDG number 7, number 8, or the industry-related SDGs, I think these will be the main focus of the projects that North Korea will be carrying out or would want to carry out in the future with regards to food or hunger issues. It's important for us to try to include these other SDGs as part of the big package also. I think that would be the better approach in the future. So biomass, biogas, CCS, and other aspects will be important. Solar energy also, and forestry-related aspects, the water resources. I mean, all of those should be reflected as part of the big package. So we have, that is my observation at least. And when that happens, I think North Korea will be able to have more room to maneuver in terms of participating in the global projects on climate. Ecologically, well, I did mention earlier that with forestry destruction, there's going to be weakening of the capability to respond, so weaker resilience. And there are some technologies that can be used to help with the ecological restoration. And I think the restoration also, you need to think about the economics aspect in the restoration work as well. And to do that, it's important for us to put different aspects, different areas together in a package to make it a cross-cutting approach that is applied through the project. And then I think that will be more helpful for North Korea. And with this, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Song. And what you have mentioned, particularly with regards to climate technology, there are different areas that we can collaborate on. And of course, for policy implementation or reflection, it's important for us to not just talk about it, but we have to use the simulation results as our basis. And in that respect, what Professor Song has mentioned during his presentation will be very helpful in our discussion today. And water, energy, food, in terms of the nexus of the different cross-cutting areas. We're going to now go on to the next presentation by Professor Lim.
So his topic is, well, as you know, nexus and water, energy, and food has to be taken into account. And Dr. Im Chori actually has been conducting research on relevant topics, so he will give his presentation. Yes, thank you very much. My name is. First chapter is about climate science. So it's about the scientific approach about climate change. And then chapter 2 is about adaptation. How can we adapt to the ongoing climate change? The third chapter, I think, is most important. How can we reduce greenhouse gas emissions? So this is about mitigation. Now, The first chapter talks about analyzing the current status and also making forecasts about what will happen. The second and the third chapters about how we will respond. So whether it's South Korea, North Korea, or any other country in the international community, in order to respond to climate change, we have to engage in adaptation and mitigation as well. So, having said that, well, we've laid out a number of plans, the European New Green Deal, we have Korea's Green New Deal. There has been a lot of efforts for mitigation, especially from the developing countries' perspective. Adaptation is another important issue. So we have to think about how we can mix adaptation and mitigation together as we go towards collaboration in this area. So today I'll be talking about mitigation and adaptation strategies of North Korea in the perspective of the Inter-Korean climate cooperation. I will be talking about the technology involved as well. As it was already mentioned by a number of speakers before me, North Korea has been engaging in actions for climate change. It's more proactive than we had anticipated, as it was mentioned before. In 2016, the NDC of the DPRK was announced. And during this process, of course, the numbers are important, but the fact that as a developing country, DPRK submitted its NDC is meaningful. We also have to take note that coal extraction and utilization is something that North Korea really has to work on. Coal and other minerals, these are very important for North Korea. The exports of these resources are important, but North Korea has touched upon the fact that it will work towards reducing the use of these minerals and coal in order to reduce the emissions that lead to climate change. So, as it was mentioned by Professor Song, there has been a number of climate change phenomena that we can see in North Korea. For example, there has been floods and droughts. And I do believe that these type of climate changes can be seen throughout the Korean Peninsula. But when it comes to the vulnerability and the exposure, I think that North Korea is relatively more hard hit than South Korea. And so I think that the damages are really felt vividly by the people of North Korea. And if you look at the recent statistics, around the world, North Korea was ranked as, in some statistics, number 3 when it comes to the natural disasters that are experienced by countries. So adaptation for North Korea is something that we have to continue to focus on. So then what kind of technology does North Korea need? As it was mentioned by Dr. Song and Dr. Che, North Korea submitted its NDC. And if you look at the NDC, you can find some conditional contribution proposals. The conditional contributions include a number of technologies. North Korea wants to receive technological support, and if such technology is supported, North Korea is saying that it can reduce more. Among these technologies, well, most of them are technologies that South Korea can actually provide because we have the technological capacity. But when it comes to the nuclear power plants, of course, that's included. But aside from that, I think that the other technologies are areas that South Korea can cooperate with North Korea on, because these are not such high-tech or difficult technologies to support and provide. What about the case of South Korea? Now, climate technology has been greatly advanced. It has been developing over the years and has reached a certain level compared to advanced countries such as the US and the European Union. If you compare the technology capacity that we have, Well, we sometimes say that our technology level is about 70%, 80%, or 90% of the technology capacity of the US or the EU. But we do also say that we have reached a certain threshold. So we do hold a certain level of technology capacity. And we have had a number of collaboration efforts, especially with the EU, and that has led our climate technology to further advance. As you can see on this screen, we also have we have the online information platform for climate technology, and we have the different ministries related to science and technology. We also have the Green Technology Center and KIST. And through these agencies, we have continuously worked on developing and advancing our technology. So I do believe that Korea has the technological capacity to work with and support North Korea. Another point I would like to make is that there has been a recent act implemented in Korea. It's known as the Climate Change Response Technology Development Promotion Act. So it's not just the technology capability that we have advanced, but also we have laid the legislative and institutional foundation as well. So we call this the Climate Technology Act in short. And the Act defines the different technologies and also how we can utilize these technologies in detail. I do believe that, of course, we will need further amendment of this Act, but this act will lay the legislative and institutional foundation for us to continue to drive forward our technological advancement, and it also shows Korea's commitment to this issue of climate change. Now, we have had other legislations about climate change, but I think that this is the first time that we have put into place a law for climate technology. So this has been an improvement and advancement for South Korea. So we are making the preparations to further advance our climate technology. We are building up our technological capacity to cooperate, not only technology-wise, but also institutionally. So I explained about that. Then how are we going to collaborate? We have adaptation technology, we have mitigation technology, but what is a window that we will utilize to work with North Korea? I think that that is really important. So here I show you a diagram, and this is something that was presented by our research team. It's a proposal that we made, and Dr. Thomas and other speakers touched upon this, but we believe that multilateral cooperation is very important. So bilateral cooperation can be limited at this moment. For dealing with the climate change agenda, I do believe that international cooperation and international agreements are very important. So we need to collaborate with the global community. We need multilateral arrangements. That would be the way to promote collaboration. We need multinational collaboration. So, for example, the UNFCCC has been the cornerstone of these relevant agreements, and we do believe that these types of international arrangements can serve as a foundation for cooperation with North Korea. Of course, we can utilize our technology, but we can utilize organizations such as the GCF, for example, for supporting North Korea financially. And another thing that we should think about is a bilateral cooperation between the South Korean government and the North Korean regime. We don't know when that can take place, but if such bilateral collaboration can take place, we will have to think about how we are going to carry out such bilateral cooperation. Perhaps the Ministry of Unification can play the role of a control tower so that we can support technological support and collaboration. So that was one idea that we had suggested. And this is case one. Now, we showed you the conditional contribution list of North Korea. There is demand for certain technologies. North Korea has proposed that since we are in such and such situation, we need such and such technology. North Korea has been sending out such signals. So based on that, South Korea can provide the relevant technologies. And I believe that that would be the most effective way forward. for North Korea to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and also to collect and store. I think that we also have to, while helping North Korea carry this out, we have to help North Korea to continue to preserve its natural environment. That way, there can be positive impact on deterring natural disasters. There can be these types of co-benefits. So having said that, I think that in order to enhance the quality of life of the North Korean people, we have to have co-cooperation projects. For example, energy and forest co-cooperation can be carried out. South Korea has a lot of expertise and experience on these types of projects, so I think that South Korea can help North Korea in this direction. Also, South Korea has a number of adaptation technologies, and especially last year, or was it 2 years ago, South Korea for the first time in the world launched the environment satellite on the sky orbiting around the Korean Peninsula. There is this environmental satellite that is collecting environment-related information, climate-related information, and we're conducting environment monitoring. And the information that we capture includes information about North Korea. Of course, satellites can be a very sensitive issue, but if we use this from an environmental perspective or use it for tackling the issue of climate change, I think that this can be a valuable resource that we can use in cooperating with North Korea. Also, we have a lot of analytical technology based on the data that we have collected, and this is part of our adaptation technology. So, the evaluation assessment technology using the data that we've collected enables us to be able to use our technology without actually having to go into North Korea, actually going into the field. So this kind of a data-based approach actually can help North Korea mitigate its natural disasters that has been stemmed from climate change. So this is all that I have prepared. Thank you for your attention. And Dr. Choi? Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Lim. So Dr. Choi Lim, he talked about the window for cooperating with North Korea. He presented case 1 and case 2, and he also touched upon the technologies that South Korea has and how we can transfer such technology to North Korea. I do believe that further discussion will be required on this, and perhaps our last speaker can touch upon this.
Dr. Zaliger will talk about the experience of ongoing projects, cooperation with North Korea despite COVID situation. So he's going to give us a new perspective. So now, Dr. Zaliger, your presentation, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to be here, but I'm a little bit worried. The topic of this conference is peace here and now. But now you go out of this session in half an hour and you will say all very nice words. South Korea can provide this, South Korea can provide that, we could cooperate here and there. But North Korea doesn't want. It will not happen. And that's the same with all the other sessions. We can talk about sports cooperation, about culture, about green détente. Wonderful proposals, but it simply doesn't work. What can we do that it happens here and now? It's very, very difficult, but I want to focus on this question, how we can come to an arrangement which would work now. It's not an arrangement which is very pleasant for the South Koreans, because basically it means they have to fund it, but they don't get the credit. That's the only way, I think. Before doing so, I would just very shortly stress once more that we talk about man-made problems, which Professor Wierzbowski said, and these problems are not all climate change. North Korea loves climate change because very often in North Korean newspapers you read, due to climate change we have droughts and we have floods and it gets hot and it gets cold, but it's not true. Much of what happens in North Korea is a problem which is not only man-made, but which is a domestic problem. Deforestation being the biggest issue there, but also some others. And like the Aral Lake dried out because of all the dams they built before and all the water they spread to have cotton industries in Central Asia. And similarly, it's not a thing of some industries far away. And similarly, in North Korea, we often talk really about domestic problems too. We should know that, because then we can answer it. Still, I believe that the climate change framework and the SDG framework is very important, because North Korea can agree to it, and it doesn't sound so harsh. Instead of saying, due to our policy, which was really, really bad in the last 30 years, we have to make a change. Instead, you say, okay, climate change. Now I will skip all of my presentation besides this last point. I'm sorry, I have to once go through it, because all of this had been mentioned before. I'm very happy for you to have done so. So the only thing I want to talk about is one thing, the prehistory of cooperation. I don't know, some of you seem to be even too young for that to remember, but in the 2000s we had these projects called Clean Development Mechanism projects. They were projects basically that in a developing country, a project could be started. In North Korea, it were hydropower dams mainly, but it could be a wastewater facility, it could be carbon capture from coal mines or whatever. And this was certified by the UNFCCC. For this, emission rights were given out, and they could be traded basically on the European exchange for that, on the European market. And North Korea started in 2008 to think about it. Unfortunately, they were very, very slow, because it's a quite complex project. It's not just saying we have no emissions, now give me the money, but they have really to certify it. They have to put all their data on the internet, and it took them 2 or 3 years to start project. And then they started 8 so-called CDM projects, which worked, which were registered at UNFCCC and are still there. And these projects were all small-scale to mid-scale hydropower dams. None is bigger than 20 megawatts. So we really talk about peanuts in the international framework. The problem was they started, as I said, really in 2010 with these projects and were finished by 2012. But in that time, the carbon market in Europe changed completely. While when they started, they were thinking of a carbon price of 20 euro per ton. When they ended, it was somewhere less than €1. I think even sometimes in the 20-cent range. And that meant the price was not attractive for them anymore. Because to get emissions certified, you needed to have an international team coming from an international audit company like TÜV or Norske Veritas. They were very expensive experts, so they really couldn't do. So when they ended, there was no more way to sell the emissions profitably. That was still before sanctions. And the second problem came up then, there was actually in the UN a debate about that, and all states, including that time South Korea and Japan and the US, decided, yes, North Korea can do these climate projects, can make money out of its new hydropower dams. It's not against the sanctions as they were of 2012. But with the new sanctions package of 2016, also that is gone. And that's very deplorable, because now, due to the new rules, carbon prices shot up again. And they are again in a very, very attractive range. I don't know if you see that here. Here you see the carbon price development in Europe. And you see when they, where's this dot? Okay. That's where, when they started, we were high up. When they finished, we were here in the true, where it didn't make sense, and now they shot up again. So North Korea could make actually a lot of money off its carbon prices. It's that one I will show you later. So we have CDM projects in North Korea, and they work the following way. That's important. Not the developing country works alone, but it always needs a partner in the European Union. Here you see, for these projects, it's a Czech company, a very small one, called Topic Energo, which is actually the holder or receiver of the CER. They are the ones who will sell them on behalf of the North Koreans. It doesn't work from the country alone. Now, currently, North Korea has, I think, 400,000 CER, certified emission rights. They are not profitable from them, I said, but they decided to have at least one round of certification to show their government it's possible to do so. So they have these, but they cannot sell them anymore because of sanctions. Now, how can this lead to a new policy which here and now will immediately be available for Korea as an inter-Korean carbon trade community? Korea itself has its own carbon market. That was a slide I just skipped here. And it had always very attractive prices because Korea, differently from the EU, from the beginning said, okay, we want this carbon trade to really to affect the companies, while in the EU in the beginning there was this idea, on the one hand, EU always wants everything. So on the one hand they wanted to reduce carbon emissions, but they didn't want to hurt their industry. So here we were now up to 40,000 won per ton of CO2, and now we are somewhere in the 20,000 to 30,000 range, which is a very, very attractive price for a ton of carbon reduction. So how can it work in the inter-Korean community? If we allow a foreign company, let's say Topic Energo, or there was a company in Great Britain, but it can be whoever, to carry out environmental projects in North Korea, that's possible, to get accreditation for them, and to sell these in the South Korean carbon market. It would mean Korean companies don't have to invest in Peru or in Iran or maybe Afghanistan or Bangladesh or wherever in the world to get carbon credits, which they need because they produce too much domestic carbon, but they can do it in North Korea. They are not necessarily on the ground there. Even the North Koreans don't need to know it in the beginning. Or let's say, like with most of these projects, the North Koreans could feign ignorance. They could presuppose it doesn't really matter. We get our carbon credits and get the benefits from it, and where they are sold, it's not our part. That could work. I would be quite sure it will work. Clearly, there is a sanctions issue. For the time being, it could be overcome in not paying out money to the North Koreans, but let's say doing barter agreements. For example, bringing in food supplies, whatever North Korea needs, because the sanctions until now, at least in theory, are sanctions which are not there to strangle the North Korean economy. In practice, it's a little bit different. If you talk to American policymakers, they don't like that North Korea makes money out of anything. But you could say these projects could allow North Korea to import large amounts of goods which they don't have to pay for. I'm sure they would go for that. That would be the first step. And then the legal preconditions which had to be changed here would only be that these projects are accepted in the South Korean national carbon trading system. That could be done by a majority in the parliament. It would not be a big deal. You simply say, if these projects fulfill these and these certification conditions, we accept them, like we accept international projects. The third party would do the accreditation. That is not the South Koreans. And then we had North Korean projects in the South Korean carbon trading system. Why should Korea do so? There would be a number of reasons you could think about. First of all, you would reduce environmental problems in North Korea. These carbon projects, they could be afforestations, they could be energy projects, clean energy projects, they could be energy efficiency projects. Everything of this is eligible. Basically, along the lines which were shown before with this NDC also, and all these research which Ojeri did on what is necessary in North Korea. All of this could be done, could be certified, could be then get an issued carbon reduction, and could be sold in the South Korean market. In the mid to long term, if conditions get better then, we could get a direct involvement of South Korean companies. but we wouldn't need it. And that would mean really it would be immediately possible. So if you think of Korean Peninsula as one, if you say we are not South Korea a country, but we are Korea a country, then it would make sense to say, even if we don't get the moral credit for it, even if the North Koreans maybe don't even know that we are financing their environmental projects, it's still good to do them because it will improve the environment of our country. Not of North Korea, a different country, but of our country, Korea. So that's how an inter-Korean carbon trade community could work now. I'm not sure if it happens. I guess politicians wouldn't like it because there would be no more control by Tongelbu. Sorry, I like the Tongelbu and they are our close partner, but I think they control too much of that. I don't like them as control tower, to be honest. They control too much for the last 40 years or 50 years. We wouldn't have any big signs and posters. This has been done by South Korean company. This has been financed by KEPCO. This has been financed by K-Water. Nothing of that would happen. But the environment in North Korea would improve. Not sure if you are up to this challenge, but it's something really to think about because we often think about what would happen if the North Koreans accept our help. And we have a lot of money. Think of the Inter-Korean Cooperation Fund, 1 billion won. Since 20 years, every year, there's 1 billion won which is never spent. 1 billion dollar, US dollar, which is never spent. And we could use that. We could do something in North Korea now, but not by waiting for North Korean cooperation, but just through this third-party model. And it's a little bit similar with the international organization model. That the bilateral thing is nice to have, and it's the best, clearly, to have in the long run, but it simply will not happen. So I really ask you to think about a more practical approach for that. And we need really a cooperative approach, but not one which is boasting and saying, oh, we are the South Korean, we have all the technology, we come and rescue you. The North Koreans won't accept it. Capacity building, and that's the next point, can be done now. We are preparing with good partners, actually also in the field of carbon trade, our next capacity building online seminar. It's possible with North Korea nowadays. Capacity building abroad, scholarships for students, all this would be ways to support the message. But to have a non-political sphere where South Korea just is issuer of or donor of money and receiver then of CERs would be, in my opinion, probably the best way to come to a massive cooperation in the field of environment now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zaliga. As you mentioned, that it's very difficult to network with North Korea and the real happening, or even the carbon trade system. But as you know, we are waiting. And I know my colleague normally say the after meeting we can make a trust. We are ready to trust. In the world on the Korean Peninsula for 2 Koreas, and also one of the as South Korean, we work for the more things, and we try to make a peace here and now. That's why we are here today. 이어서 저는 그 송철호 교수님과 임철희 교수님께 먼저 좀 더 추가적으로
I would like to give an opportunity for Dr. Song and Dr. Lim to respond, and also I would like to hear opinions from the floor, because we just heard from Dr. Zaliga and the ETS that he mentioned, Korea's ETS, and utilizing that. Well, this can be connected with Korea's ESG approach as well. And also, for the least developed country RED project perspective, perhaps Dr. Song and Dr. Lim, since you have researched these topics, perhaps you can touch upon this, and perhaps a proposal or the suggestion made by Dr. Zaliga. I would like to hear your thoughts on how we can apply the technologies that South Korea has and whether this suggestion is feasible in your views. Can we utilize the KETC in cooperating with North Korea? Please go ahead.
I'd like to begin first. At the Glasgow meeting, specifically with regards to the carbon market, there was the NDC Paris Agreement that was concluded, and the 2050 net zero goal was set. And so there's a lot of driving force that has been established, and internationally also through CDM there's a transition from CDM to SDM, Sustainable Development Mechanism. So I think the overall market as a result is being affected because of this transition. And as I mentioned earlier, most of the projects, whether it's infrastructure or whether it's packaging, which includes the infrastructure, or whether it has to do with mitigation, adaptation, forestry or other areas. If you look at the UN CDM registered method or our other offset projects from South Korea, we have all of these methodologies and approaches that are available. They are all linked to climate issues. Globally also, there are more flexible approaches stemming from new technology development that can be considered. So with regards to the credit issuance and utilization, yes, I believe that there is a good possibility that these projects can be quite successful. And I think now we should begin with the preparatory work. So there's a possibility, high possibility in terms of issuing the credits. But then ultimately, we cannot avoid the political issues as well, or the carbon reduction accreditation. How should we go about that process? I think those negotiations will eventually have to be dealt with. As of now, there's still stumbling blocks along this path. So the fact that in terms of the global goal of reaching net zero, I mean, we're seeing a strengthening of this drive, strengthening of the commitment towards these goals. So seen from that broad perspective, in terms of being a responsible member of the global community, yes, South Korea indeed will be affected as well. And so seen from that perspective, yes, there's a good possibility that these projects can begin with formal discussions and then eventually be implemented. So this is certainly an approach that we should be thinking about positively and we should be taking action on.
Yes, if I may add my thoughts. Well, Dr. Gallagher touched upon the issue of inter-Korean cooperation and utilizing the KETS. Now, I think that this would be the best case scenario. But as it was mentioned, there's the legal and institutional matters that we have to consider. So how are we going to overcome those relevant challenges is something that we have to think about. Not only that, if you look at the Korean market, it's not a stable trading market. So I think that we have to further stabilize the market and also advance the trading market in order for us to use it for our collaboration with North Korea. I talked about the climate technology, and these technologies can be applied to North Korea that could lead to credit, and also the Korean corporations can participate, and that can be a virtuous cycle. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your very good remarks. I think that starting from 10 years ago, the emissions trading system, utilizing this along with the capital market had been something high on the list of people's expectations. People had high expectations for utilizing the emissions trading system. So However, there are unexpected events, for example, COVID-19. So there are uncertainties, and we have to consider the uncertainties when trying to utilize the trading system. I think that this is a great idea. It's a good approach, but perhaps we also have to consider some of the unexpected uncertainties that may delay this type of an approach. If you look at the emissions trading market and the current situation, we can think about that. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Lim and Dr. Song.
In fact, there are different perspectives that we are taking in the discussions. But I think what we need to focus on right now, or the biggest consideration, is our priorities, where we should begin at the moment. So, in fact, our representative often uses the term calm down, but he also says you can do it. So whether it has to do with the ETS, utilization or ETS, I mean, I believe that calm down and you can do it, that spirit should be applied in these cooperation that we are seeking with North Korea. So climate technology projects if we're going to begin with North Korea right now.
December of 2019, just before the corona condition, and you visited every time, annually or regularly visited North Korea, and then you contact with carbon people in North Korea.
그리고 북한에서의 탄소 관련된 사람들과도 연락을 하신 것으로 알고 있습니다. 자, 그렇다면 실질적인 기후 협력을 위한 첫 번째 단계가 무엇이라고 생각을 하십니까? 네, 커뮤니케이션이요. 네, 물론 그들과 교류를 해야겠죠. 온라인으로 먼저 대화를 하고 잠재적인 협력 가능성을 논의를 해야 합니다. 그래서 먼저 대화를 하고 또 제안을 온라인상으로 하는 것이 가능하다고 생각합니다. 저희가 북한 파트너와의 커뮤니케이션 채널을 갖고 있기 때문에 직접적으로 저희가 무엇을 할 수 있는가, 특히나 팬데믹 이후에 무엇을 할 수 있는 것인가 제안을 할 수가 있습니다. 젤리거 박사님께서 ETS 등에 대해서 제안을 한 것, 또 현재 제재 하에서 한 가지 더 말씀을 드리면은요, 이 제재가 있죠. 그래서 17, 18 UN 위원회가 있고요. 그래서 기업들이 제재
after getting sanction exemption, it should be also considered.
그래서 이와 같은 생각해 볼 필요가 있다고 생각을 합니다. 네, 토마스 박사님 감사드립니다. 젤리거 박사님 답하시겠습니까?
Clearly, it is the sanction exemption is important for example, technology you introduced to North Korea. There would be no problem. Climate technologies, broadly understood, let's say things regarding energy efficiency or renewable energies or so. But you will not get a sanctions exemption for paying them in money for CER. That is, I mean, the real attractiveness of the CDM project was basically they built a hydropower plant, they had local energy, and at the same time they got for them a lot of money. It was globally, it was peanuts, but they, let's say for one hydropower plant, they could maybe over a 10-year period make $1 million or $2 million, which was a lot of money for them. That doesn't work anymore. For that one, we would have to find a barter agreement and say, since the CER is not really held by the state, but by the foreign cooperation partner, European cooperation partner, that cooperation partner makes money, and this money is not directly transferred to North Korea, but it's transferred in form of goods, for example. That was what I meant. And also to the Professor Song and Lim, naturally, if I say we can do it immediately, it's a hyperbole, I know. But the North Koreans did a verification. They did let the TÜV Nord in, they did let the Norske Veritas in, they did everything for the CDM projects which was necessary. They can do so, and it's for Korea. Basically, you only have to give them specifications, like you do for the companies here. You say a project is accepted if it fulfills this and this and this and this conditions. The North Koreans will do so. I'm very, very sure, because we saw it in the CDM project. It was very difficult for them. They didn't have regular internet access. The UNFCCC met every month that time and made almost every month very important changes in the guidelines, and we printed it out and brought it to them. But in the end, They started, I think, with 10 projects and 8 were registered. That is a very good quota, because we have other countries like China or which have much better access to technology, much better advisors, and they get much less as a quota registered. Clearly, these are also small-scale projects, and they were rather simple. They had others. They had projects on biogas with this PyeongChang or Taedonggang. They had a project on small-scale afforestation project. They are in the pipeline, so to speak. But these projects could, with very small changes, also be directly adapted to the South Korean trading system. I'm quite sure of that they are capable.
Thank you, Dr. Zaliga. But before, actually, our session is until 11:30. But I want to ask to our organizer, can we extend the 10-minute for this session? Please confirm that later. And also, I'd like to invite the floors. If you have any questions, please raise your hands.
Yes, I am from Seoul. I am the head of the Youth Environmental Association. Now, thank you very much for your remarks. Now, from a male youth, a Korean male youth, I would like to say that usually we have to serve our military service. This is mandatory. And when we serve our military service, we learn from the military that North Korea is our main enemy. And also, we hear that North Korea, when they're right before our eyes, they smile, but actually they're planning war. That's what we are educated during our military service. So now we talk about cooperation with North Korea in terms of climate issues. And I think that I do believe that there will be a circumstance or a situation where we have no choice but to work with North Korea, for example, a crisis situation. But at this moment, do we really have to cooperate with North Korea, with the North Korean youth at this moment? Do we really need that? And also, Dr. Jaligur said that the issue in North Korea, rather than natural disasters, you can say that some are man-made disasters, the floods, the droughts. So those are actually the issue, the problem of North Korea. But the youth in South Korea don't really vividly feel the problem, the challenge. And we think, perhaps, what is a justification for having to help North Korea? So that is my question. What is a justification? Why do we need to help them? And also, now, the climate issue, not only the climate issue, but also from a diplomatic perspective. I think that when we provide the climate infrastructure to North Korea, what would be the corresponding result? For example, what I'm trying to say is after, for example, the Panmunjom project, we had the liaison office that we built, but North Korea blew that up. It was exploded. And that was something, a unilateral action by North Korea. So in climate change, if we cooperate with North Korea, we send technology, we support them. But in the end, there could be a result that's not that positive. And that kind of thinking is based on our past experience. So you talked about the history of EU, the history of war. But when you look at the inter-Korean relationship, the history, how can we restore our trust? Can you give the example of Europe? How did you restore your trust? So rather than paying back through war, we have to build that trust that something good for North Korea is good for South Korea as well. I think that kind of sentiment is required among the Korean people in order for us to support and work with North Korea. Are there any further questions?
If not, to the 4 panelists up on the stage, I'd like to give you a chance to answer this question. So what effect, what benefit can South Korea receive from cooperating with North Korea, particularly for the future generations, the younger generation? So how can we change their mind? So, Professor Lim, Professor Song, since you are working in schools, you can also share your answers. And also, with regards to Dr. Thomas, will be talking about this from the climate change perspective. And also, so climate change, cooperation with North Korea. But as I mentioned, it's not an inter-Korean issue only. This has to do with life community, ecological community, and the global community issues. So I'd like to begin with Dr. Zeliger.
Okay, first of all, really thank you very much. It's very, very important perspective, because that is true. If there's no consensus in South Korea, you shouldn't start with it. And maybe it shows already that, yeah, the unification policy of the last decades was not the right one, because on the one hand, you are enemies, on the other hand, you are friends. On the other hand, I myself come from East Sankatlok. When I was young, our enemy was East Germany. We didn't call it the main enemy, but in East Germany there were 500,000 Soviet soldiers, and there were, I don't know, 400,000 East German soldiers. And I was in the West German army that time. But I also had my relatives in East Germany. They were not my enemies. The problem is really that you lack this continued contacts. I'm not sure where your family comes from, but there are probably many of you, or some of you, whose family came from Wonsan or Hamhung or Pyongyang, but you don't know it anymore. You don't know your relatives anymore. That's a tragic, maybe. But as Professor Wieczbowski said, and will say again, I'm sure, you can overcome that. And just to the very practical point of view, as I said, if you do now invest in North Korea, in environmental projects, it will first of all save you cost later after a unification, which one day hopefully will be there. Second of all, you could even have benefits now if you think of water cooperation, people who die in Gyeonggi province because North Korea releases water. There would be certain forms of benefits which would be immediate. If North Korean forests were all afforested like South Korean, probably it would do also very well for your climate in the south here now. But I'm sure, I have to admit, if there's no consensus, but then skip the Tongilbu and say nothing anymore about unification. Then you have to say, okay, you are a different state, we are a different state. I'm not sure if the South Koreans want to do that.
May I? Yes, just as a background, I also teach at one of the universities in Seoul, undergrads, and we have those discussions about international cooperation, about international engagement, and it is interesting to see how male students are different after military service. And for the lack of a better term, I'm sorry to use this word, but it's a brainwash. You are brainwashed in military service not to like and not to engage with North Korea. I can see how first year, second year students became different when they returned from the military service, but that's not the point. Don't we have moral obligation to do so? I mentioned European values, and look at the Republic of Korea's economy, how rich you are, how robust you are, how free you are, how democratic you are, how liberal you are. Don't you feel as a global citizen that we have moral obligation? It's according to our standards, it's a norm. Don't we have to help them, engage with them? And you asked about European case, where to start and how to start. I encourage all of you to look into Helsinki process, Helsinki conferences, Helsinki negotiations. It was the first real reapproachment in 70s when East approached Western Hemisphere, asked about discussion about culture, religion, environment, everything that is non-political. Because now the international community, also the Republic of Korea, looks at South Korea, at North Korea, and see nuclear weapon program, human rights abuses. Let's cross the bridge when we get there. Let's start with things that can be done, carbon trade systems, environmental projects. These non-political, feasible, on-the-ground, small things can later become something larger and can create a framework for better cooperation and for more engagement. And I'm not pro-unification. Korea's, they don't have to unify. if you look at the history of Korea and the peninsula, it was almost as long divided as unified, Shilla, Korea, and so on. You don't have to unify, but you can live as two Koreas in the international system and cooperate on things that are important, like climate change.
네, 송철호 교수님 부탁드리겠습니다.
Professor Song, please go ahead.
네, 어떻게 보면은 되게 어려운
Well, in a
질문이기도 하고
sense, it's a difficult question.
이야기도 조금
And to give you an answer to that, I have to talk about my personal experience as well. I am a relatively young researcher in the research community in Korea right now. I also serve in the military. And so looking back at my experience, looking at the Cheonanam or the Yeonpyeong shelling incident, I also had those similar thoughts. So, I worked overnight, defending and, along the barbed wire. So I do get irritated sometimes when I think about North Korea because of this experience. So I also think, why is it that we have to sacrifice so much for North Korea? And these things have happened before, and they're going to continue to happen in the future. But what I feel as I began my research on North Korea was that I'm sensing some change in my thought right now. It changed my mindset. First of all, the fact that South Korea is actually a very strong country, particularly in the international community. We have great economic power, and we are now a member of the OECD DAC. We are a donor country now. And so, seen from that perspective, cooperating with North Korea on climate issues or other specific issues, yes, there is that need because we do have that responsibility as an advanced country in the world. And so, of course, we can collaborate with countries that we are on good terms with diplomatically, but then I think we also have to cooperate with North Korea because that is part of our responsibility as a member of the global community. And there's some people who use the term the climate devil or climate evil, but anyhow, we have to really have some kind of a mindset shift now. And secondly, because of COVID, North Korea is completely isolated from the international community. But anyhow, during my research, what I realized was that our rivers, we have a huge shared river system with North Korea. So there are some river systems actually from South Korea that flows up and flows down once again. So seen from that perspective, if we're going to deal with our own climate issues also, when we have heavy rain, for example, there's going to be a lot of sand and mud flowing down to South Korea from North Korea. And that is going to adversely affect South Korean people ultimately. And so I think along with those climate issues or environmental issues, the pandemic or the infectious diseases also is another issue that we need to think about. The bird, for example, or the wild boars moving from North Korea to South Korea. So we have to think about those other environmental aspects. So we are putting in a lot of investments in the quarantine measures and other anti-epidemic measures. So if there is some kind of a harmonious cooperation method that we can seek, that we can find with North Korea, it would be good for us to apply those as well. Dr. Lim?
Yes. No, all of the speakers and all of the participants here today, I think that most of you has a positive view about working with North Korea. That is why probably all of the three speakers talked about the reasons, the positive reasons that we have to collaborate with North Korea. And I myself also believe that is a way to go. But of course, I think that the young people might have diverse views. We are citizens of now an advanced country. Korea has become an advanced country. And now Korea is a donor country. We're sharing with the world. But if you think about it, North Korea is the only country in this world that shares the same language and the exact same culture. And I think that we really have to include North Korea. We have to think about inclusiveness. Now, unification, education. Kookmin University actually is a leading educational institution in Korea, designated by the government for unification education. But we really have to, when we think about why do we have to cooperate, we have to cooperate because, first of all, pragmatic issues. Let's think about climate change. We have the technology. But I don't think that just applying the technology to South Korea alone would lead to the benefits that we really want, because we really have to create the value, the benefits, and for that we have to transfer the technology outside of Korea. That is the best way to make value. The closest country to South Korea is North Korea, geographically, culturally, and also linguistically. So that is why we have to work with North Korea. Of course, there are risks, as we have experienced through the Kaesong Complex project, but I do believe that our technology actually can go to North Korea. There is a market there for our technology as well. That is another perspective. So we also talked about carbon credit. That's another reason that we have to cooperate. Most of the other cooperations can be just unilateral support provided from South to the North. But when it comes to climate change cooperation, when we provide technology, we can win economic credits. So it's a field where we can gain something as well. That might be one reason that I might add to persuade you. And another reason is that we have to think about the future value of our land. Now, if you look at the Korean Constitution, our land is the entire Korean Peninsula. So we have the obligation to protect our entire land, the entire Korean Peninsula. It's our obligation. When will unification take place? Do we need unification? People ask these questions. But regardless of that, we really have to prepare ourselves. I think that that is the attitude that we need. Yes, thank you very much, Professor. So today we have heard from 4 speakers.
And we really appreciate the participants who have stayed until the end. Ultimately, the importance of education is what we need to think about again. SEPA, communication, education, public awareness. Fortunately, on SEPA, all 4 speakers and their agencies are doing that work already. Particularly in the Untitled Chapter, we are providing civic education programs, and I'm sure that you can gain access to information about our programs later on. And we conducted this partner session at the PyeongChang Peace Forum, and we appreciate Kang Ye-ri and to the technology team and to the translators. So we really appreciate your assistance. And fortunately, from 2020, we have been participating in the PPF, and there were a lot of bird names that we used during our sessions previously, but then in our sessions, today the light-vented and other different bird names, we did not use those during our session today, so which the translators would appreciate. So, and in the future, I mean, there are a lot of possibilities that we can think about, and this requires continuous discussion. And I believe that this is just the start. And in the next session, partner session 11, we're going to look into Myanmar and Ethiopian situation. We look forward to your participation there as well. With this, we'd like to conclude partner session 8 on climate cooperation on the Korean Peninsula with the international network. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south, through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lee Kai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, but this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Alpensia Ski Resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula ski jumping center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljongsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljongsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Jonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do, but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hills Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean Peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon-do, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haewon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon-do, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon-do, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon-do is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon-do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 12,000봉 8만 광자 유점사 법당 뒤에 칠성난 도두 오고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달 열흘 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 관객님 외로이
Clean highlands. 700 run to embrace PyeongChang in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. The clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm. Delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanu, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forests and pure and natural water. Pangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath your feet. Whitewater rafting and kayaking across rough currents invites you to experience primitive nature. Exciting exploration of the fantastical limestone caves, and enjoying the view of the beautiful watercourses of Dong River through zip lines can invigorate and rejuvenate. Spend the night with your families and friends, with the forest and rivers that preserve the clean, primitive ecology. The moon and the stars shine throughout the night as guardians, sending a message of comfort. The wooden paths in the quiet temples of the mountain helps us find who we are. A journey of healing in PyeongChang restores the forgotten passion for our lives. PyeongChang is where peace began. Going through the frozen past and the heated present, we are taking a new step towards the future that will make hearts glow. PyeongChang will present new energy and peace in the lives of those who step upon it.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Sébastien. Moi, j'ai 10 ans, je vis en Haïti. Je me lève à 7 h chaque matin pour aller à l'école. Pour moi aller à l'école chaque matin, je marche environ 1 heure de temps. Moi, j'aimerais venir un bon médecin, l'aime fini avec l'école classique pour me capable servir les gens qui sont malades dans le pays. Pour me capable venir un bon médecin, moi, je dois étudier en pile. Moi, j'aime jouer avec tes amis dans l'école. Mais il est très difficile pour aller à l'école à pied. Moi, toujours dormir chaque matin dans la classe. Mais moi, pas de problème. Parce que j'ai un bus pour transporter moi à l'école. À cause du bus là, moi viens étudier en pile et moi jouer avec tes amis moi. Moi pas dormir dans la classe là encore parce que moi t'aimerais venir un bon médecin. Merci en pile Koïka.
와우.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon Province. During summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south, through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lee Kai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms, which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, but this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Jungang Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Jungang Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Peninsula ski resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula Ski Jumping Center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljongsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljongsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Jonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, Fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do, but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hills Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean Peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon-do, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haewon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon-do, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon-do, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon-do is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon-do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 12,000봉 8만과자 유정사 법당 위에 칠성난 도두 오고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달열 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사람 괄세를 말아 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사람 괄세를 말아.
Clean highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin, as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. The clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm. Delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanu, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forest and pure and natural water. Hangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath your feet. Whitewater rafting and kayaking across rough currents invites you to experience primitive nature. Exciting exploration of the fantastical limestone caves. And enjoying the view of the beautiful watercourses of Dong River through zip lines can invigorate and rejuvenate. Spend the night with your families and friends, with the forest and rivers that preserve the clean, primitive ecology. The moon and the stars shine throughout the night as guardians, sending a message of comfort. The wooden paths in the quiet temples of the mountain helps us find who we are. A journey of healing in PyeongChang restores the forgotten passion for our lives. PyeongChang is where peace began. Going through the frozen past and the heated present, we are taking a new step towards the future that will make hearts glow. PyeongChang will present new energy and peace in the lives of those who step upon it.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Sébastien. Moi, j'ai gagné 10 ans à vivre en Haïti. Je me lève à 7 h chaque matin pour aller à l'école. Pour moi aller à l'école chaque matin, je marche environ 1 heure de temps. Moi, j'aimerais venir un bon médecin, l'aime fini avec l'école classique pour me capable servir les gens qui sont malades dans le pays. Pour me capable venir un bon médecin, moi, je dois étudier en pile. Moi, j'aime jouer avec tes amis dans l'école. Mais il est très difficile pour aller à l'école à pied. Moi, toujours dormir chaque matin dans la classe. Mais moi, pas de problème. Parce que j'ai un bus pour transporter moi à l'école. À cause du bus là, moi viens étudier en pile et moi jouer avec tes amis moi. Moi pas dormir dans la classe là encore parce que moi t'aimerais venir un bon médecin. Merci un pile Koika.
Wow.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon Province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south, through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lee Kai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, but this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Alpensia Ski Resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula ski jumping center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljongsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljongsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Jonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do, but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hills Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean Peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon-do, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haewon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon-do, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon-do, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon-do is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon-do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 12,000봉 팔망광자 유정사 법당 뒤에 칠성난 도두 오고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달 열흘 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 광행리 외로이
Clean highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin, as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. The clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound of the wind that freely travels in and out of Baekdu-daegan. Following the footsteps of the sound of nature, listen to the magical harmony of the 80 wind chimes hanging from an octagonal 9-story stone pagoda in Uljeongsa. The sound of PyeongChang, a sound of clean nature and sincere life, a symphony of healing that rejuvenates the lost sensibilities. "700 meters above sea level, known to be the optimal height for an ideal biorhythm. Delicious food from ingredients grown in PyeongChang pleases the sense of taste. Hanu, premium Korean beef, comes from cattle relaxed and fed in an open field. Hwangtae, a dried pollock, gets tastier after freezing and thawing in the cold wind and snow. You can also find trout that live in cold and clean water, and vegetables grown in Odaesan with thick forests and pure and natural water. Pangadari yaksu that provides a taste of nature with a kick. The healthy, happy taste of PyeongChang comes from Baekdu-daegan and its clean and pure water, the source of the Han River. Giving rise to healing and happy foods that satisfies the appetites and contents the heart. If you are tired of a cold and heartless life, there is a journey of touch found only in PyeongChang, cozy and warm, just like a mother's embrace. At Snow Festival, a white blanket of snow covers the land, warming and comforting you as it wraps around the soul. At the Summer Hunter Festival, you will be reminded of your childhood splashing water in the creek. At the Trout Festival at the riverside in winter, under the thick ice, you will feel the vigor and life of the trouts. Odaesan Mountain Culture Festival, reflecting the Buddhist culture, will allow you to look into your heart and grow. Coming into contact with PyeongChang will serve you with gentle happiness that cannot be found in city life. PyeongChang, the cradle for skiing in Korea, becoming the mecca of winter sports worldwide since the hosting of the 2018 PyeongChang Winter Olympics. Even in seasons without snow, the healing of PyeongChang that shakes off the stress of everyday life continues on. Paragliding gives you the view of the world beneath your feet. Whitewater rafting and kayaking across rough currents invite you to experience primitive nature. Exciting exploration of the fantastical limestone caves. And enjoying the view of the beautiful watercourses of Dong River through zip lines can invigorate and rejuvenate. Spend the night with your families and friends, with the forest and rivers that preserve the clean, primitive ecology. The moon and the stars shine throughout the night as guardians, sending a message of comfort. The wooden paths in the quiet temples of the mountain helps us find who we are. A journey of healing in PyeongChang restores the forgotten passion for our lives. PyeongChang is where peace began. Going through the frozen past and the heated present, we are taking a new step towards the future that will make hearts glow. PyeongChang will present new energy and peace in the lives of those who step upon it.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Sébastien. Moi, j'ai 10 ans, je vis en Haïti. Je me lève à 7 h chaque matin pour aller à l'école. Pour moi aller à l'école chaque matin, je marche environ 1 heure de temps. Moi, j'aimerais finir un bon médecin, l'aime finir avec l'école classique pour me capable servir les gens qui sont malades dans le pays. Pour me capable devenir un bon médecin, moi, je dois étudier en pile. Moi, j'aime jouer avec tes amis dans l'école. Mais il est très difficile pour aller à l'école à pied. Moi, toujours dormir chaque matin dans la classe. Mais moi, pas de problème. Parce que j'ai un bus pour transporter moi à l'école. À cause du bus là, moi viens étudier en pile et moi jouer avec tes amis moi. Moi pas dormir dans la classe là encore parce que moi t'aimerais venir un bon médecin. Merci un peu, Koïka.
와우.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon Province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south, through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lee Kai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms, which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, but this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet.
10 minutes or 7 minutes or
Maybe, yeah, Anselmo, Professor Anselmo will, talk about that.
okay. Sure. Hi Shamini, good to see you.
Hi, Ken Omar. Pleasure as always. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you.
Good.
Yeah.
Good to hear.
I'm doing okay, thank you. You're doing well?
Yes, busy as always, but
Right? Yeah.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Hi.
Kinoma,
Hi,
Quay,
Anselmo.
Shamini, Paul, Solomon. We are in PyeongChang
Hi.
now. We are in Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to PyeongChang Peace Forum session on peace in Asia, Africa, particularly Myanmar and Ethiopia. This is a partner session 11. My name is Anselmo Lee. I'm the moderator of this session and regional coordinator of APSD, Asia Civil Society Partnership for Sustainable Development. This session is organized in partnership with Asia Africa Platform as well as APSD. As you know, we have several speakers as you've seen in the program. So we have 2 speakers respectively about Myanmar and Ethiopia. Then we will have 2 discussants from Asia, from Africa to address issue of the Myanmar and Ethiopia. So this session is to address the current threats and challenges to peace in 2 particular countries. We pick up this country, so-called hotspot, the current ongoing issues, particularly in Asia and Africa. Of course, yesterday there was another big issue, Ukraine. Probably we'll address Ukraine the next session. But today we pick up these 2 issues because Myanmar, as you know, already more than 1 year, struggle still going on. And this time particularly, as you know, this is organized in a hybrid manner. That means those who are in Korea attend in person. So I'm with a very special person in South Korea. He's the only speaker in this room about Myanmar because he's living and working in South Korea. So I will introduce more in detail. So this session is not simply the 2 countries. We pick up these 2 countries as a way to build international, more specifically intercontinental dialogue and solidarity between Asia, Africa, which is very rare, you know. Usually whenever discuss international conflict, we have to work with Europe and United States or the North America. But this time, this is called South-South dialogue or South-South cooperation. So in that sense, although it's very small, we want to continue this type of dialogue and solidarity between Asia, Africa, hopefully also between Asia and Latin America as well. So without further ado, let me introduce the first speaker. It's Yan Naing Thun, NUG, the National Unity Government representative to South Korea. I think this is the first country, South Korea, right, that opened your office. That's why it's very significant. And his presence in PyeongChang Peace Forum is very, very significant because yesterday, the UN Secretary General mentioned about PyeongChang peace spirit. So big challenge is how we can apply this PyeongChang peace spirit in the case of Myanmar, you know, and also Ethiopia, you know. That's why we invited these 2 countries. So without further ado, maybe you can elaborate a little bit more about what is the NUG and your activities before you present your cases. Okay, now you have about 15 minutes, and we have he will speak Burmese language, right? And then there will be a translation, Korean and the English simultaneously. Yes, please. You have 15 minutes.
Hello. အားလုံးပဲမင်္ဂလာပါခင်ဗျာကျွန်တော်ကတော့ပြည်ထောင်စုသမ္မတမြန်မာနိုင်ငံတော်မြို့သားညီညွတ်ရေးအစိုးရရဲ့ကိုရီးယားနိုင်ငံဆိုင်ရာမြန်မာကိုယ်စားလှယ်ဖြစ်တာဝန်ပေးရခြင်းကိုခံထားရတဲ့ရန်နိုင်ထုံးပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်အခုလိုဒီဖြောင်းချမ်းဒီညီလာခံနဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီတွေ့ဆုံဆွေးနွေးပွဲမှာကျွန်တော်အနေနဲ့အခုလိုစာတမ်းတစ်ခုကိုတင်ပြရတဲ့အတွက်ကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တင်ပြမယ့်စာတမ်းကတော့ယနေ့မြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့အခြေအနေနဲ့နိုင်ငံတကာတို့၏အခမ်းကဏ္ဍဆိုတဲ့အမည်ရှိတဲ့စာတမ်းတစ်ခုကိုကျွန်တော်ဖတ်ကြားတင်သွင်းမှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
네, 저는 NUG 한국 대표부
I am Yan
특사입니다.
Naing-Thun, and I'm the NUG Special Envoy to Korea. Today I will be talking about the Myanmar coup and the international coalition.
Jeni di nyenye ni lagan ko tyaw la ja de lu ji myin myan along ti be phit ba lai mein di lo pyatana mya swa de ka ni bi do lu myo yi ja pyatana ana thai mu pyatana ne phwai si bong pyatana mya di Myanmar nangan ko ngin chan chin so de ain ga ni swet thot ka ပြဿနာများနေပြည့်စုံနေသောငရဲပုံကိုပို့နေသောအကြောင်းတရားများပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်မြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့နိုင်ငံရေးပြဿနာတွေမှာပြဿနာအရင်းမြစ်၃ချက်ကိုပုံတစ်ပါဖော်ပြချက်များအတိုင်းခွဲခြားလေ့လာနိုင်ပါတယ်
네, 미얀마는 다양한 민족
Myanmar is composed of various ethnic groups. It's based on diversity. As you all know, those who are participating in the PyeongChang Peace Forum, because of political issues up till this day, is the most poor country in the world. There are many different challenges, but among them, Myanmar is faced with ethnic conflict and race conflict and the military coup. And these leads to internal conflicts. And you can find the challenges of Myanmar on the slide here.
တချို့သောပညာရှင်များက Federal Democracy ကိုအခြေခံသောပင်လိုစာချုပ်ကိုစန့်ကျင်ကဝန်ကြီးချုပ်ဦးနုနှင့်ရှေ့နေဦးချန်ထွန်းတို့မှ1948ခုစက်တင်ဘာလမှာရေးဆွဲခဲ့သောဖွဲ့စည်းပုံကနေအစပြုသည်တခြားသောပညာရှင်များကတော့ပြည်ထောင်စုလက်ထက်အစိုးရ policy ကြောင့်ဖြစ်တယ်လို့မှတ်ချက်ချကြပါတယ်
첫째는 인종 문제.
First of all, there is the issue of ethnicity. Many academics believe that this started from 1947. There was opposition against the Pingnang Agreement, and others believe that the conflict begins with the British administration policy of divide and rule.
အာဏာသိမ်းမှုပြဿနာဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဖွဲ့စည်းပုံကြောင့်လူမျိုးကြားတန်းတူအခွင့်အရေးမတူညီမျှမှုကြောင့်လွတ်လပ်ရေးရပြီးတဲ့နောက်ပိုင်းမှာကျွန်တော်တို့မြန်မာနိုင်ငံကပြည်တွင်းစစ်ဖွဲ့စည်းပုံပြဿနာများစွာနဲ့ကြုံတွေ့ရင်ဆိုင်ခဲ့ရပါတယ်ထိုကဲ့သို့သောပြဿနာများကိုဖြေရှင်းရန်အတွက်ပါတီတွင်တွေ့ဆုံမှုလူမျိုးကြားဆွေးနွေးမှုများရှိသောညာလည်းပဲ1992ခုနှစ်မတ်လ2ရက်နေ့တွင် Federal Democracy သည်မြန်မာနိုင်ငံကိုဖျက်ဆီးလိမ့်မည်ဟုဂျပန်စစ်တင်တန်းထွက်စစ်တပ်ခေါင်းဆောင်ဗိုလ်ချုပ်နေဝင်းမှနိုင်ငံတော်အာဏာကိုသိမ်းယူလိုက်ပါတယ်1962ခုနှစ်ကနေ2021ခုနှစ်အထိအာဏာသိမ်းမှုပေါင်း3ကြိမ်တိတိဖြစ်ခဲ့ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
둘째, 반복되는
Number two, there has been repetitive military coup. Now, because of the constitution itself, there has been many structural issues and internal conflict. And in order to resolve these issues, we have made efforts, but in 1962, there has been another military coup. And starting from 1962 until 2021, there has been 3 military coups.
ယနေ့မြန်မာနိုင်ငံကဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ဗိုလ်ချုပ်အောင်ဆန်းနဲ့ပြည်တော်စုလူမျိုးများကချုပ်ဆိုထားသောပင်လုံစာချုပ်ကိုအခြေခံပြီးပေါ်ပေါက်လာခဲ့သောနိုင်ငံတော်ဖြစ်ပါတယ်1948ခုဖွဲ့စည်းပုံသည်ဝန်ကြီးချုပ်ဦးနုနှင့်ရှေ့နေဦးချန်ထွန်းမှ United Reasoning ဖြင့်ရေးဆွဲထားသောကြောင့်လူမျိုးကြားပါတီကြားဘာသာရေးကြားပြဿနာများကိုဖြစ်စေခဲ့ပါတယ်1948ခုဖွဲ့စည်းပုံနဲ့2008ဖွဲ့စည်းပုံမှာစစ်တပ်ကသူတို့စိတ်ကြိုက်ရေးဆွဲထားသောဖွဲ့စည်းပုံဖြစ်သောကြောင့်လူ့တဘာဝဒီမိုကရေစီစံချိန်စံညွှန်းနဲ့စန့်ကျင်ကလူမျိုးကြားပြဿနာတယံဇာတခွဲမှုဆိုင်ရာပြဿနာနိုင်ငံရေးပြဿနာဤကဲ့သို့သောပြဿနာပေါင်းများစွာကိုဖြစ်ပေါ်စေခဲ့ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
세 번째는 헌법의 문제.
Number 3, there is a constitution problem. In Myanmar, there has been a number of leaders, and they signed the Finlaw Agreement, but after the 1947 Constitution, a single country was established, but there were religious and ethnic issues arising. And then in 1974, the Constitution and the 2008 Constitution was established in accordance to the wishes of the military. And also there were many different issues, for example, political issues that is being experienced in Myanmar.
မြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့လက်ရှိအခြေအနေကိုကျွန်တော်ဆက်လက်တင်ပြပါမယ်2021ခုနှစ်ဇန်နဝါရီလ1ရက်နေ့တွင်မင်းအောင်လှိုင်ဦးဆောင်သောစစ်တပ်သည်2020ခုနှစ်နိုဝင်ဘာလ10ရက်နေ့တွင်ကျင်းပသောအထွေထွေရွေးကောက်ပွဲမှာမဲမသမာမှုများရှိကြောင်းအကြောင်းပြကာအာဏာသိမ်းမှုတစ်ရပ်ကိုပြုလုပ်ခဲ့ပါတယ်
2021년 1월 1일에 매아웃라인이
On January 1st, 2022,
부정선거라는
there was another coup that took place, calling for the general elections being rigged.
လမ်းမပေါ်ထွက်ပြီးဆန္ဒပြသကြတော်ညာလည်းပဲ2021ခုနှစ်မတ်လနောက်ပိုင်းတွင်အာဏာသိမ်းစစ်တပ်၏အကြမ်းဖက်ဖြိုခွဲမှုကြောင့်တချို့သောပြည်သူများသည်တိရစ္ဆာန်ပမာရက်ဆက်စွာအသက်ခံခဲ့ရပါတယ်
구리미와 같이 쿠데타를
As you can see in this diagram, for the military coup, there were many citizens who came out to the street. However, because of the military coup, many people were killed.
အကြမ်းဖက်မင်းအောင်လှိုင်နဲ့တူရေးစစ်တပ်၏လုပ်ရကြောင့်အပြစ်မဲ့ပြည်သူ1500ဦးတူးကျော်တည်ဆုံးခဲ့ရပြီး52ဦးမှာအရှင်လက်လက်မီးရှို့ခြင်းကိုခံခဲ့ရပါတယ်82ဦးဒီလည်းတေတံအပြစ်ပေးခံနေရပါတယ်ယနေ့အထိထောင်ဒဏ်ကြခံရသူစုပေါင်းမှာ1966ဦးကျော်ဖြစ်ပြီးတော့အဖမ်းခံရသူပေါင်းမှာလည်း8902ဦးကျော်ရှိခဲ့ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
네, 테러리스트 매형과 그게
And the military government has killed more than around 1,500 people. The people burned to death by junta is around 52, and there has been 80 sentenced to death. And there are more than 8,000 people who are under detention. Over 600 has been sentenced.
John F. Kennedy တော်လှန်ရေးမှတ်ချက်စကားပုံဖြစ်သည့်အကြမ်းမဖက်တော်လှန်ရေးသည်လုံးဖြစ်တော်သောအခါပြည်သူများသည်အကြမ်းဖက်တဲ့နည်းဖြင့်တော်လှန်ရေးလမ်းစဉ်ကိုမလွဲမသာရွေးချယ်ခဲ့ရကြသည်ဆိုသောစကားအတိုင်းလက်နက်ကင်တော်လှန်ရေးကိုဆင်နွှဲခဲ့ကြပါသည်ဒီလိုမျိုးအခြေအနေပြောင်းလဲမှုကြောင့်မြန်မာနိုင်ငံတွင်ဖော်ပြပါပုံသုံးအတိုင်းတိုက်ပွဲများတိုးပွားကအကြမ်းဖက်စစ်တပ်မှမိရှို့ခံရမှုပြည်သူများတည်ဆုံမှုတို့တွင်အစမတန်တိုးပွားလာပါသည်ဒီလိုမျိုးအသက်တင်အန္တရာယ်စိုးရိမ်ရသောအခြေအနေများကြောင့်သတင်းသမားများသည်သတင်းယူမှုအားနည်းစေပြီးဒီနေ့လက်ရှိမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့အခြေအနေသည်တကယ်ဖြစ်တာလောက်ကမ္ဘာအလယ်ကိုမချပြနိုင်သောအခြေအနေမျိုးတွင်လည်းရှိနေပါသည်
군부의 유혈 탄압 이후 미얀마 국민들은
The military junta has been oppressing the people, and when there is non-violent protests, well, through non-violent protests, the people want to achieve freedom and democracy again. Now, because of the military junta, there has been many people negatively affected, and also the number of internally displaced people and deaths have increased by more than twofolds. And also the situation has worsened because of the media reports, and the current situation in Myanmar actually is not well known around the world.
တိုင်းရင်းသားလက်နက်ကိုင်အဖွဲ့အစည်းများအကြတိုက်ပွဲမင်းအောင်လှိုင်စစ်တပ်နှင့်ဒေသကာကွယ်ရေးတပ်များအကြတိုက်ပွဲနှင့်တိုင်းရင်းသားလက်နက်ကိုင်အချင်းချင်းတိုက်ပွဲများဟူ၍အမျိုးအစား၃မျိုးခွဲခြားပြီးဖြစ်ပွားလျက်ရှိသည့်အချို့သောတော်လှန်တိုင်းရင်းသားလက်နက်ကိုင်အဖွဲ့အစည်းများနှင့်ဒေသကာကွယ်ရေးတပ်များ၏အာဏာသိမ်းမှုနှင့်ပြည်သူများအကြမ်းဖက်မှုကိုစန့်ကျင်သောတိုက်ပွဲဝင်နေကြခြင်းသာဖြစ်ပါသည်2021ခုနှစ်ဇူလိုင်လ1ရက်နေ့မှဒီဇင်ဘာလ16ရက်နေ့အတွင်းအများဆုံးတိုက်ပွဲများမှာတိုင်းရင်းသားလက်နက်ကိုင် EAO နှင့်အကြမ်းဖက်စစ်ကောင်စီများအကြတိုက်ပွဲအကြိမ်ပေါင်း1159ကြိမ်ဒုတိယအများဆုံးတိုက်ပွဲမှာဒေသခံကာကွယ်ရေးတပ်ဖွဲ့များ PDF CDF LDF KNDF နှင့်အကြမ်းဖက်စစ်ကောင်စီများအကြားတိုက်ပွဲပေါင်း336ကြိမ်နဲ့တိုင်းရင်းသားလက်နက်ကိုင်များအချင်းချင်းအကြားတိုက်ပွဲရှမ်းပြည်တိုးတက်ရေးပါတီနှင့်ရှမ်းပြည်ပြည်နယ်ထူထောင်ရေးကောင်စီအကြားတိုက်ပွဲပေါင်း16ကြိမ်တိတိရှိခဲ့ပါတယ်
At present in Myanmar, there has been clashes between the SAC, the EAOs, and the local defense forces. So there are three different types of clashes, as you can see here. Now, some of the EAOs and the LDFs are working together to fight against the military. And so you can see that from July 1st to December 18th of 2021, these are the clashes that have been taking place. And there were 1,179 clashes, and there has been 336 clashes between the defense forces.
စစ်ပြေးဒုက္ခတွေတိုးပွားနှုန်းကိုကြည့်မယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်အာဏာသိမ်းမှုဖြစ်ပွားပြီးမှ2021ခုနှစ်ဒီဇင်ဘာလ17ရက်နေ့အထိကယားပြည်နယ်တွင်အများဆုံးဖြစ်ပါတယ်။စကိုင်းပြည်နယ်တွင်လည်းဖြစ်ခဲ့ပါတယ်။ကရင်ပြည်နယ်နှင့်ချင်းပြည်နယ်များတွင်လည်းရှမ်းပြည်နယ်များနှင့်မကွေးတိုင်းကချင်ပြည်နယ်အေရဝတီတိုင်းနှင့်တနင်္လာရီတိုင်းတို့တွင်လည်းစုစုပေါင်း4သိန်းနီးပါးရှိခဲ့ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ။ယခင်ရှိခဲ့သောဘင်္ဂလားဒေ့ရှ်နှင့်ထိုင်းနိုင်ငံရှိဒုက္ခသည်အရေးအတွက်9,900,200ကျော်နှင့်စုစုပေါင်း17သိန်းကျော်နီးပါးဟာစစ်ဘေးဒုက္ခတွေကြောင့်တိမ်းရှောင်နေရတဲ့အခြေအနေမျိုးကိုရောက်ရှိခဲ့ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ။
The violence and conflict because of the military has increasing, and there has been people who has been displaced. You can see that the internally displaced people has been growing in number. And so as you can see here, the more than 100,000 people in the Kaya people have been displaced, and also 60,000 more than in Kaya. And in Sanju, 3,400 has been displaced, and in Kachin, more than 12,000 people have been displaced, and also in Tanindai, 1,500 people or more have been displaced. So in total, about 400,000 people have been displaced in Myanmar. And also Bangladesh and Thailand in the border area, there has been more than 900,000 displaced people. And there is more than 1.8 people in total up till now who have been displaced. And there has been continuous violence against the civilians, and they are committing crimes continuously.
Social media boarding ဖြစ်စေရုပ်သံသတင်းစာမျိုးမှာဖြစ်စေကြကြပြန့်ပြန့်ပြုလုပ်ခဲ့ကြပါတယ်အကြမ်းဖက်စစ်တပ်နဲ့မြို့သားညီညွတ်ရေးအစိုးရကြားမှာဒီမိုကရေစီအင်အားစုနိုင်ငံများကုလသမဂ္ဂအာဆီယံကဲ့သို့သောအဖွဲ့အစည်းများမှာလည်းအကြမ်းဖက်စစ်တပ်လက်ထက်မြို့သားညီညွတ်ရေးကိုပုံမအားပေးကမြန်မာနိုင်ငံ၏ပြဿနာကိုအဖြေရှာကဖြေရှင်းရန်တိုက်တွန်းမှုများပြုလုပ်ခဲ့ကြပါတယ်သို့တော်လည်းမြန်မာနိုင်ငံတွင်းမှာမူအပေါ်ကဖော်ပြခဲ့လိုမျိုးအကြမ်းဖက်စစ်တပ်ကိုပြည်သူများကအကြမ်းဖက်မှုများအရှိန်တိုးမြင့်စွာပြုလုပ်လာခဲ့သောကြောင့်မြန်မာပြည်သူများသည်အကူအညီမဲ့စွာကမ္ဘာလူသားများဤထားခဲ့ခြင်းခံရသူများအလားတနေ့တနေ့မင်းအောင်လှိုင်စစ်တပ်၏တပ်ဖြတ်မှုကိုသာခံစားနေရပါတယ်။ဤကဲ့သို့သောအခြေအနေများကြောင့်မြန်မာနိုင်ငံသူမြန်မာနိုင်ငံသားများသည်ငါတို့အတွက်ငါတို့သာရှိသည်ဟုဆိုကြကာကိုယ်ပိုင်ကာကွယ်ခွင့်ကိုအသုံးပြုကာစစ်တပ်၏အကြမ်းဖက်မှုတံကိုခုခံကာကွယ်လျက်ရှိခဲ့ပါတယ်။
The international community on February 1st, 2022, condemned the junta for its attacks and terrorism, and this was reported through the SNS. Many international organizations, including the UN and ASEAN, has been calling for the political resolution of this situation. However, the junta continues to engage in more violence, and currently Myanmar is in a difficult situation. Amid such backdrop, the Myanmar people say that they exist for themselves and they are fighting against and protecting themselves from the junta. The U.S. government has been strongly supporting the democracy of Myanmar, and for the democracy movement, the U.S. said that it will cooperate. The Biden administration for the democracy of the Myanmar is supporting Myanmar. It has established the NDAA for the recovery of democracy, and there are sanctions implemented, but to stop the violence, the U.S. action has failed. Samsung, LG, Asahi, Longagomiarin, Bawin, Tongoria, Comuniaja, a semi Sunni Womiago, Naton Nazakun, November, Jimba Pigabari. E. Gedo, Chinimiaja, Korea, Soya, Luyadi, Piatamu, Mashidi, General Pishiabari. The Korean government has been working closely with the international community and also has been working closely with the NUG to restore democracy in Myanmar and announced that it will continue to work with NUG for the restoration of democracy in Myanmar. For the peace and democracy of Myanmar, there is a National Assembly representatives gathering. And there was a press conference and a statement released denouncing the coup. Meanwhile, the Korean government said that it will not work economically with the junta, especially POSCO and KOGAS and the Inno Group, these Korean corporations has been revealed to have funded or worked with the junta. And in December, the Myanmar embassy in Korea held meetings with Korean companies such as Samsung and LG. There was a high-level meeting with these companies, and during that time, however, the Korean government's position or action is obscure.
Energy, the morning at Win, Yenimuna Yasanka, the morning Emma, Pian took out Wamihu, Natona Sandakuni, Janaway and a city in Edwin, Jinagavari. Total community, Yadana the Bawa, Tangu Logadi, set the Anatamina by, Tane Twin, set at Kongwe, $1 million $2 program, based on Gayavari. Totally, Tonguea Kuzan the Kunima Sademi, the morning at Win, Nepon and Eva, Yenimuna Muyago, Pilocado, Community Pari.
The French government is against the junta, and at the Senate there was a decision made to support the NUG. Total Energy, which is a gas corporation, in 2020, on January 22nd, stopped investment in Myanmar and said that it will leave Myanmar. Total's gas business had given tax revenue of a considerable amount for the past 2 years to the junta.
Uroba Tamaga Yuga, Uroba Parliament Suima, another city Lugati, Tiamu and Johnny, Mudan Soya and Eugene, Iranzu, Ludo, Kozabu Comedy, Sia Pedro Dalian, Democracy Nija, Yusha, Timojin Canado, President Pidelu, Popia Tavari.
The EU, at the EU Council, said that the NUG is the democratically acknowledgeable authority in Myanmar. The ASEAN up till now, during the ASEAN summit, is not allowing the junta representative to the ASEAN meetings. That is because the Senior General Min Aung Hlaing did not follow the agreement of ASEAN 5 points, was the consensus. And there are views that if the presence of the junta is allowed, then the ASEAN structure would go down.
Attack Popia Domio, a champion Nimian Mozongo, Kanizaya Niado, Chinima Pinivari, Pidumiadi, Govene, a champion Munya Jama, a that and the Shiga, a touchingly and Nitanjado, Nanganaga, a Kunimiazwa, Lueli Shibari.
So let me go on to conclude. Myanmar, as it was explained, is experiencing the pain of pressure, violence, and we are amidst the risk of COVID-19 and violence, and that is why we need the help of the international community.
군사 쿠데타에 대한 구체적인
In terms of the coup, there has to be a more clear action and sanction by the international community, and the South Korean government should take substantial measures.
နိုင်ငံရေးပြဿနာများကိုဖြေရှင်းရန်ကြိုးစားမှုတိုင်းသည်ဆက်အာဏာသိမ်းမှုကြောင့်ဖျက်ဆီးစေခဲ့ရပါတယ်။ထို့ကြောင့်အာဏာသိမ်းမှုဆက်နွယ်သည့်အကြမ်းဖက်မှုများအဆုံးသတ်နိုင်ရေးသည်မြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ငြိမ်းချမ်းရေးနှင့်ဖက်ဒရယ်ဒီမိုကရေစီရေးအတွက်အဓိကလိုအပ်သောအချက်လက်ဖြစ်ကြောင်းပြောကြားတင်ကြားခဲ့ရပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ။
미얀마의 정치적 문제를
The political issue of Myanmar has to be resolved, but the efforts have been made void because of the military coup. So the violence of the military coup has to come to an end, and that is required for the peace and democracy of Myanmar.
ကျေးဇူးအထူးတင်ရှိပါတယ်။ကိုရီးယားဆိုအနေနဲ့ကျွန်တော်မြန်မာနိုင်ငံအကျိုးအတွက်မြန်မာနိုင်ငံဒီမိုကရေစီလမ်းကြောင်းပေါ်ပြန်လည်ရောက်ရှိနိုင်စေအတွက်ဆက်လက်တပူကူညီအားပေးနိုင်ကြပါစေလို့ကျွန်တော်ဆုတောင်းပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ။
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your attention. I am with the Korean representative of Myanmar. Thank you.
For your very concise presentation about current situation and also international response, UN and ASEAN, particularly South Korea, which is a host of energy office. Now let's go to Ethiopia. Then we will invite the panels about Myanmar and Ethiopia, because this is an important opportunity to learn from each other. So we will make a two presentation and then we have a mixed discussion. Okay, now let's go to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, very far away from Far East. We are in Far East, and now we go to Africa. So let me invite Dr. Solomon Billay Faris. He's a Baha'i International Community Office in Addis Ababa. You have about 15 minutes for presentation.
All right, good morning. Can you see my slides?
PowerPoint?
My PowerPoint, is it visible?
Yep.
Yes,
Okay,
it
now
is.
it's okay.
All right. So my presentation focuses on political crisis and conflict in Africa or / Ethiopia, because almost every conflict in Africa is caused by very similar causes, and I'm just focusing causes of conflict in Africa. Of course, sometimes giving citing examples from Ethiopia and other African countries. And of course, as mentioned earlier, ultimately the objective is to address the current threats and challenges to peace in Africa in order to build international solidarity among peoples and citizens, as suggested by Mr. Anselmo earlier. So I will not be focusing on the manifestations of the conflict. I'll just focus on the conflict, the causes of conflict, and going forward, what can we do, both as a continent, as a country, or in intercontinental solidarity. So, as suggested by the organizers, I will be talking very briefly on the three causes: immediate causes, underlying causes, and structural causes. And finally, of course, I will overview the response of people and citizens, and then how shall we address the challenge. In fact, in 2022, the very current information by ISS Africa, Institute for Security Studies in Africa, a well-known international organizations, shows that Libya, South Sudan, Central African Republic, Northern Mozambique, Ethiopia, Cameroon, both northwest and the southwest, are the 6 African conflict hotbeds, you know. So, and the causes are also very, very similar. In fact, conflict trends in Africa, which was released in 2020, divides or defines conflict in 4 items. You know, state-based conflict, you know, where the state is involved; non-state conflict, where non-state actors are involved, and of course you cannot just call everything conflict. So that's why they give a particular definition of what conflict is, what qualifies as a conflict. And when state one-sided violence, where, you know, any force, whether the government or civilian force, attacks a particular group, and also, of course, then battle deaths caused by these warring parties. And also, the current Ethiopian Peace Observatory is a local organization which maps the conflicts in Ethiopia, and of course organizes a database, shows the spread of conflict like this. The brown ones, the key shows the brown ones are the conflicts now in Ethiopia. So based on the definition given above, almost we can say, even though the conflicts are more concentrated on the northern side of Ethiopia, there are violence across Ethiopia. Of course, the immediate ones are reforms. Either there are coups in Africa, or reformers arise, and or maybe people may not accept for formal elections. So the reformers in Africa, including Ethiopia itself, have challenges. Some of the challenges are, for example, there were no capable individuals and institutions that can manage the reform. And also, because already capable people have left the country, capable, educated people have left the continent, including Ethiopia, there is an efficient bureaucracy. And in fact, as I mentioned earlier, there are no capable, not only institutions, but individuals who can sustain the reform, who can also direct it into the right direction. And the power distribution already between the center and the region, or among regions, or among ethnic groups, were already imbalanced. What happens is, what happened in Ethiopia or in even other African countries, the center becomes weaker, while the regions and the local governments become more and more stronger. So the central government lost control in the case of Ethiopian situation, and there was also central government incoherence because of the recent history of ethnic the divisions along ethnic lines. Moreover, what we call, there is this tragedy of the commons, a very old philosophy where a group of people hijack a certain cause. So we can say the reforms in Africa, including Ethiopia, are hijacked by certain groups. So when certain groups take supremacy or overtake the other groups, there is a lack of unity of vision. When there is lack of unity of vision, there is lack of unity of action, for sure. So there are contending groups and the social forces attacking each other, whether verbally or, of course, they just raise arms. The other very important cause of division and conflict now in Ethiopia is ethnic division, as was mentioned by our brother from Myanmar. This ethnic conflict, as opposed to ethnic diversity. Of course, Ethiopia is ethnically diverse country, including Africa. Thousands of tribes and ethnic groups exist in Africa, but a certain group, a power-mongering group, takes this occasion or opportunity to initiate one race group or ethnic group over the other, and that leads to a conflict. Or like Ethiopia itself is mapped along ethnic lines. The states are divided along ethnic lines, and this particular map itself was not well accepted by the whole population in Ethiopia, and still there are problems that arose even along the border lines within states or within regions. As another example, for example, in Africa, even South Sudan itself, it started with 2 regions. Now it has about 10 regions and 3 administrative areas, some of which is divided along ethnic lines, and that has, of course, one particular area would have that rich in resource, maybe oil or I don't know, gold, and then there is always that problem coming in the resource division and things like that. Another, with this, of course, when you divide a country along ethnic lines and along regions, there is no ontological agreement. Ontological means who we are as Africans, as Ethiopians. You know, how do we define ourselves? Now, one of the big problems now in the current discussion along in the media of Ethiopia is there is no, for example, agreement who we are as Ethiopians. We don't have agreement on history, a common history. There is no agreement on even the flag as a symbol of the country. These most African countries. So that's a problem itself. I think the conflict starts, as you know, war starts in the mind, and if in the mind of the people we're not sure, if people are not sure about who they are, and then of course it takes only some time until they take up arms and fight against each other. And because of this, also a lack of understanding of the who we are, and then there is no clear definition how we conceive justice, freedom, or equality. And also, even the opposition parties are always in fight against each other, whether individual liberty precedes over group liberty, or whether we take it together, or whether group freedom takes precedence over individual freedom. The other one, very important cause is also for conflict is the institutional legacy, which means, you know, particularly the federal administration in Ethiopia has been very contested. You know, we have federal administration in Canada or in the US, but we don't see that creating conflict. First, it's not created along ethnic lines, and the federal, there is a balance between the regions and the center, and there is a clear regulations and policies to administer the federal government. But in Ethiopia or other African countries, this is in a way, even though indigenous wise we had history of federal administration, now it's mixed up with the current politics and is creating a problem. And always there is blending of state and the party. The party who is in power is almost assumes a state, a form of state, and there is a confusion between always the blending of state and party. And all the security apparatus continues to work, which also hijacked the new reform. If we talk about underlying causes very quickly, of course, deep inside along all this, across this all causes of conflict is a lack of acknowledgement of the oneness of humanity. There's always this either superiority or inferiority complex, that one race or one ethnic group is superior than the other and deserves more, or the disaffected ethnic groups feels, you know, injustice is done, and so they rise up against other groups. That we have seen in Rwanda and other countries, in Cameroon and other countries. Of course, economic disparity, poverty is a major problem. You know, even politics or offices, political offices are taken as a means for promoting economy. That's a problem. Elections are rigged because people take power as a source of economy. And there is no middle class, actually, who can even sustain reforms and, of course, who can have the right offices. And, of course, always government is involved in... government is always involved, basically, in the owning of the economy. Injustice, there is always injustice. Very recently, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia itself admitted that the justice system in Ethiopia has almost collapsed, and justice is not being administered. As a very sad news to hear, even though people are experiencing it every day. And of course, the breakdown of cultural and spiritual ties because of all these conflicts. Now there is no any cultural and spiritual tie binding people together to raise this conflict. And for a long time, there was lack of quality education for the last 4 or 5 decades. In the name of access to education, quality was compromised. Now we have people with degrees and masters with no any real empowerment. So with no jobs. So their only alternative is to take arms or to create a protest so that they can have something. Structural, ethnic federalism, power balance, as I mentioned earlier. Of course, lack of appropriate laws and policies and guidelines. And the way we appoint Ethiopia or other African countries appoint is political leaders, or even state governors. It's not based on merit. It is simply political affiliation. So when merit is undermined, you can imagine what happens. A response of people is initially it's confusion, because you don't know what's happening. You want to identify the causes, the way forward, and all this. So initially, it's always like what happened in Ethiopia. Individuals and CSOs couldn't come forward to address the recent conflict. In fact, there were division among themselves how to proceed, whether, for example, to support the government or to support, the conflicting parties. And there was a very serious polarization. Whether you stand for peace or against peace, you are labeled, and so therefore no individual or no any meaningful group or say so could take any action within Ethiopia. Of course, things were too sensitive. And then, of course, later we'll find that there was a ceasefire agreement, either unilateral or bilateral ceasefire agreement. And there were pressures both inside and outside of the country to create peace agreement. And as you know, even though now not in Ethiopia, but in other African countries, there is a growth of peacekeeping operations. In 2010, almost 80,000 peacekeeping troops were deployed in Africa in 8 missions. That's generally a response of Africans to the African situation. In particularly in Ethiopian case, the diaspora was mobilized in diplomacy, in raising finance, and very recently, of course, 1 million diaspora homecoming was taken as a motive to bring so many diasporans to the country to show that peace is happening and the country is faring well. And also as a result, as you might have already heard, and many of my African friends know that there was a very ill-defined no more movement, no more for neo-colonialism, so it's a sort of calling African solidarity. But it is ill-defined, it's not, it doesn't seem to go anywhere. And Ethiopia has started build back better because the conflict has, affected so many regions, localities. More than 5,000 schools were destroyed and hospitals, buildings collapsed. So now there is a build back better initiative. Of course, going forward, I think as a regional, representing a regional office, I suggest we strengthen the existing structure, Pan-African structure. The African peace and security architecture should be strengthened. There is a panel of the wise, continental early warning system, African standby force, peacekeeping fund, peace fund. All these are, a very good opportunity for Africa, or even for Ethiopia to take advantage of, and this should be strengthened. Outside the African Union, there are also other strong Pan-African organizations, peace and security think tanks, study groups. In West Africa, maybe in Ghana, Kwesi can tell us. There is this Nelson there are, so many initiatives everywhere. We need to also strengthen the regional economic communities, IGAD, NEPAD, on ECOWAS. These play a very important role in bringing peace to Africa or to the regions. Of course, there has to be always a balance between economic aid and human rights protection. As I mentioned earlier, the cultural and the moral ties have been broken. So we need to bring, the moral education back to school, the oneness of humanity, gender equality, independent investigation of truth. Fake news were sources of conflict, which I didn't mention, because of lack of education. People even didn't know how to check information. Of course, the role of aid organization and UN organizations, which has been great, whether in funding the conflict or cooling the conflict. I think that somehow has to be exploited in a positive way. Thank you so much. This is what I have for.
Okay, thank you very much, Solomon. Let's give a big hands to Solomon. Okay, with these two input, I'm sure already you have found some similarities and differences between the two countries. Seemingly, both are multi-ethnic countries. Now they are facing armed conflict, whether we call civil war or not. People are severely affected. Many people are killed, day by day. And then, as he articulated, there are some immediate causes, underlying and structural. To build the long-term international solidarity, I think it's important to understand structural causes of the problem, so that international community knows how we can effectively support your campaign or movement. So we have invited 4 discussants. As I said, of course, the topic is given to you, Ethiopia or Myanmar, but at the end of your intervention, I'd like to ask you to mention about both countries. So your own, after listening to 2 presentations, I think it's important to build a common perspective, because it can be tomorrow another country, right? So today we are addressing Myanmar and Ethiopia. It can be anytime, any country. So I think it's build a more common international perspective so that we can build a broad-based coalition or campaign. Okay, let's go to first Myanmar. Let me invite Shamini Kaliumutu. She's the Executive Director of Forum Asia. It's an Asia-based human rights NGO coalition, which has been leading the campaign, international campaign among civil society organizations. Then I invite Kin Omar from Progressive Voice. She's from Myanmar, but she's now based in the United States. So Shamini, you have about 7 minutes for initial your intervention, please.
Thank you very much, Anselmo, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. Greetings from Bangkok. Can I please ask the organizers to show the presentation, please? Thank you very much. Okay, so in the time that has been given to me, I will focus on a couple of key areas when it comes to our work on Myanmar. So I'll be focusing on international solidarity response, some ongoing challenges in the Myanmar situation, and also talking about international accountability and what the international community can do about this. And in between, I'll be weaving international solidarity throughout the different points that I will raise for you today. So first of all, the next slide, please. So first of all, when it comes to the international solidarity response, we have seen in our work that the courage and resilience of the Myanmar people has inspired support across Asia and the world. There is strong support for the civil disobedience movement, or the CDM, through online and offline solidarity campaigns. For example, and I'll give you 2 here, thousands of South Koreans joined an online relay campaign to express support. And second, a network called the Milk Tea Alliance supported Myanmar's anti-coup campaigners to call for global rallies. A mobilization invitation was welcomed by civil society, and online and offline protests were organized in cities like Taipei, Bangkok, Hong Kong, in Melbourne, in New York, and in many other cities as well. When it comes to underground funding networks, these emerged in support of the civil disobedience movement, especially among the diaspora community. The National Unity Government, represented here today by Ambassador Yan, successfully organized lottery and raffle tickets to raise funds for civil servants who went on strike to protest against the military. When it comes to the perspective of government actions, we heard from Ambassador Yan earlier about the US and sanctions that were introduced. Sanctions were also introduced by UK and Canada. And on the one-year anniversary of the attempted coup, the US, UK, and Canada imposed further sanctions on senior Myanmar officials to demonstrate the international community's strong support for the people of Myanmar and to further promote accountability for the coup and the violence perpetrated by the regime. A further example is in October last year, when the French Senate unanimously passed a resolution to formally recognize the NUG as the official government of Myanmar. 2 days later, on the 7th of October, the EU Parliament issued a resolution in support of CRPH and NUG, recognizing them as representatives of the people of Myanmar. Next slide, please. When it comes to ongoing challenges, we have found through our work and through our communications with our Myanmar members, including the diaspora community, that a sense of resentment and despair and a feeling of betrayal has risen among the Myanmar people towards the UN and the world community for doing little to help the country. We are at a point where statements and limited sanctions are not enough anymore. Since the start of the attempted coup, and Ambassador Yan had given you some figures, I'll add to this. We found that over 1,500 people have lost their lives, over 9,000 are still in detention. Rape and sexual assault is used as a weapon of war. Airstrikes on ethnic communities have caused death and displacement. And the continued crackdown on members of the civil disobedience movement and independent media continues. There is also a lack of accountability. And despite global scrutiny, the international community has fallen short to hold the military accountable for the Rohingya genocide and crimes against humanity committed against ethnic minorities. The Myanmar National Human Rights Commission, or the MNHRC, has not responded towards grave human rights violations in the country, has not demonstrated independence under the rule of the military junta, and this has failed the Myanmar citizens in promoting and protecting their rights. We've also found that after China, Myanmar is ranked as the world's second worst jailer of journalists, according to the Committee to Protect Journalists, or CPJ, in a census that was released in December last year. There's also a lack of bold action to really address the crisis. The UN Security Council has done little to take concrete action, and some democracies around the world have fallen short on imposing sanctions as well. We've heard from Ambassador Yan earlier about ASEAN and its 5-point consensus. I'll elaborate on that a little later, but also as a little background. Instead of engaging ASEAN's former chair Brunei and current chair Cambodia, instead of engaging in dialogues with the NUG and ASEAN member states, the Cambodian Prime Minister chose to visit Min Aung Hlaing this past January as the ASEAN chairperson. And shortly after Hun Sen's visit, Cambodia postponed the first ASEAN foreign ministers meeting scheduled for the same month. And now we know that Cambodia is inviting a non-political representative to join the meeting, perhaps also as a result of backlash. Next slide, please. I'll focus now on international solidarity. The way forward includes support for those who are fleeing. Neighboring countries, Myanmar's neighboring countries, should safeguard and support those fleeing the country by ensuring secure border crossings, providing humanitarian assistance, as well as opening channels where humanitarian assistance is able to pass through. The donor community should also channel funds to local civil society organizations operating at the border areas who have deep understanding and trust of the Myanmar people. The international community must also support the Rohingya who are in limbo and provide them with resettlement opportunities. A second point here is that we need to see greater leadership. And due to ASEAN's continued failure to promote accountability, to progress its 5-point consensus, the international community must step up and stop depending on ASEAN to lead. We need to see greater action by the UN Security Council, by international bodies, as well as individual states, including ASEAN states. The 5-point consensus must no longer be the only blueprint for international engagement in Myanmar. The international community should also support the draft of the CSO working group on the Myanmar National Human Rights Commission reform on a new Union Human Rights Commission law. This follows the failure of the existing National Human Rights Commission to promote and protect the rights of the Myanmar people. There should also be another point. There should also be a more formal recognition of the national unity government. ASEAN and the international community must immediately recognize NUG as the legitimate government and representative of the people. We also call upon the South Korean government to continue to support the work of the NUG ambassador to South Korea, Ambassador Yan, who is here with us today, and refrain from engaging with the military junta. ASEAN in particular should not take any steps that could even be remotely construed as recognition or legitimization of the junta. When it comes to the topic of embargoes, we feel that the UN Security Council should impose a global arms embargo on the Myanmar military, with targeted sanctions against members of the military, its leadership, its affiliates, including business interests, to be able to curtail the ability of the junta and allies to buy weapons. We also need to see that sanctions are introduced on international companies who provide aviation support. For example, aviation fuel, insurance, and accreditation and certification services to end the airstrikes over in civilian populated ethnic areas. Indiscriminate bombings of civilian targets are violations of international law, constituting war crimes and crimes against humanity. Doesn't need to be said. Individual states, we feel, should also do more to cut off the military's access to financial resources. While as this would increase financial pressure on the junta, in particular by imposing sanctions on the military's gas and oil revenues, especially the Myanmar Oil and Gas Enterprise. We've also heard earlier from Ambassador Yan about multinational companies or companies operating, South Korean companies operating in Myanmar having a meeting. We further add that multinational corporations and businesses doing business in Myanmar must also ensure due diligence to ensure that their business activities and revenues do not benefit the junta. My final point is on accountability for crimes that have been committed by the military junta. The international community must ensure that justice and accountability for atrocities committed by the junta are a prerequisite to any peace-building efforts. I'd like to also reiterate a call that we've been making for several years now, that Myanmar should be referred to the ICC, the International Criminal Court. The international community must also urge the junta to allow independent media to report events vital to public interest without the fear of retaliation. I just want to, as Anselmo prompted at the beginning, I'd also like to thank Solomon for sharing the experience of Ethiopia. And I think that we can see there are commonalities when it comes to Myanmar and not just Myanmar, but I think when it comes to rising authoritarianism that we are seeing across Asia in many Asian countries, we can trace it back to a weaker education system. We can see erosion of certain cultures, and also the impact of colonialism and colonization that has led to so many of the conflicts that we have that we face today in our region of Asia as well. So in solidarity with you, Solomon and friends representing the African continent today. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll pass it back to Anselmo.
Okay, thank you very much, Shamini. I think you also mentioned about the several important international institutions which is not working well regarding the Myanmar situation. For instance, the UN, we have a European Union, we have a ICC, International Criminal Court. I think these are one of the key challenges to all the civil society and people's movement, how we can make them work according to their original mandate. Of course, we have a P5, this powerful country, United States, UK, France, China, Russia. They have to move as a one, otherwise the Security Council cannot move, right? So this is a big challenge. All the civil society people in those 5 countries and at large. Okay, let's continue our discussion. So Kin Omar, so it's a midnight. I hope you are still awake. Could you please share your view about this presentation and idea? You yourself has been engaged in a campaign, and then also you can share your own campaign as well. Okay, you have 7 to 8 minutes, please.
Thank you, Anselmo. Thanks for having me here. I'm really glad that I'm able to join. Because the previous 2 speakers on Myanmar situation have already shared and updated in detail of the ground situation. I think what I'll do here is to share some of the reflections on where the things are that I see, and also sort of like what do we call it? Kind of update you in a way also like how the landscape at the moment that how it is. So the junta is waging an all-out war against the people, whereas the people are engaged in nationwide revolution. I think it's important to really get into understanding of the ground landscape and realities. The Myanmar is actually at the war at the nationwide level. It's no longer there, human rights violations by the military regime. Not all where we were kind of calling out about the violations of the freedom of expression or association. It passed way beyond of those already. Also, another important thing to note here is that people are not going to go back to the status quo before the February 2021 when the military launched their coup attempt. In fact, the people are determined to dismantle this military and end its impunity. And the military's coup attempt after 1 year has come to fail. So it is a failed coup already. Whereas the revolutionary forces are gaining the ground. Thousands of soldiers, military personnel, police personnel are defecting, not deserting. This is also the first time ever in this, the military might of Myanmar, the military institution that run or rule the country under their iron fist for 60 decades, are actually facing the first time ever crack within the institution. More and more soldiers, including from the Air Force, for example, are actually joining the people's movement. The junta is spreading really thin to all directions because the resistance is coming from all corners and they are clearly exhausted. The people have the political defiance movement. People also have the armed resistance movement or the revolution, the armed revolution. And with these 2 combined, also those of us from outside the country, the long-term activists, diaspora communities, as well as the solidarity networks across the world are lending their support, joining in the campaigns and pressure campaigns and advocacy work. So this military is actually, opening their this war, in all the frontiers. That's what I want to say. So in the response or the retaliation, what they are doing is they are doing what they know the best. That's the violence. And also they are doing this in a collective punishment. While the activists in detention, more than 9,000, are often subjected to extreme torture, where also women and LGBTIQ activists are facing sexual violence, the military is also committing crimes against humanity and war crimes. But also this military is so used to committing war crimes and crimes against humanity, the ethnic cleansing, that they have been carrying out for many decades against the ethnic and religious minority communities, including genocide against Rohingya in 2017, as Shamini already mentioned and spoke on it. But now they are committing the crimes against humanity and war crimes across the country, you see. The armed conflict or the armed attacks from the military on the people have increased more than 700% over the past few months in particular. Just in February last month alone, just in January 2022, the attacks, the armed clashes against the civilians, are more than 1,000 in 1 month. The Myanmar armed conflict already got to the close to or even greater than the Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria. So that's where Myanmar is at the moment. And this skyrocket increase of the military attacks on the civilians is due largely to the fierce, deliberate attacks from the air, the airstrikes. So the military is really relying on the air because they know that the people on the ground don't have that military capacity to defend themselves. I mean, to counter them, or for the people on the ground to defend themselves from the airstrike. So, but also I want to actually bring with you another positive side of.
Can you wind up your intervention, please?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I will. Thank you. So, just my last point is, all of these the terrible things and violence are happening. There is a very bright side where I would like for you to see that Myanmar people have unprecedented unity and also presenting the unprecedented opportunity to move forward as a peaceful country because everybody come together. There is this collective vision for a federal democratic union. But I think at this point, when people are so determined and so strong, but I think the challenge that we are having, that you already heard from the previous two speakers, is there is lack of political will from the international community. Ideally, the Security Council adopting the resolution will be the best, the ideal situation that we will like to see for Myanmar to achieve peace. But we don't think that's going to happen. So what we want is for the individual governments and the people of the solidarity networks, their support, your support, basically. That's where Myanmar people are looking forward at this point. So I would just end here. Thanks, and Samuel, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Kin Omar. I hope you continue to stay with us in spite of difficult time zone. Okay, with this one, we have not concluding, but we have stopped our discussion on Myanmar. Let's go to the Ethiopia. But before that, I'd like to remind you, you can put your question in the YouTube, those who are watching the session through YouTube. And also those who are in the room, you can also raise a question. I want to put in question first before so that Ambassador Yan Nai-Tung can prepare answer. As many speakers said, we have many things we can do, internationally. One is recognition of energy government, but at the moment only France and South Korea and no other Asian countries, right? So how can you work together to put our pressure on our own government in Asia, particularly our neighboring country? It can be Japan, it can be Thailand, ASEAN, recognize energy as legitimate government. This is, I think, important diplomatic effort. At the same time, embargo, the company's economic sanction. So I want to ask later on, so when you make a concluding remark or answer to the question, please include this question to you. Okay, let's go to Ethiopia. Now, let me invite Emmanuel Kusei Aning. He's from the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. You have over 7 or 8 minutes to respond to Dr. Solomon's presentation. Please.
Yes, thank you very much. And let me say a very big thank you for the invitation. First and foremost, I want to thank Solomon for creating a broad framework within which we can respond to some of the challenges, but certainly also the options for response to some of the problems that he has raised. So let me very quickly make a prefatory remark. First, that both Ethiopia and Myanmar, holds a lot of promise, irrespective of the challenges. And what we've heard this morning gives a clear indication of the drive by civil society, community forces, and this burning human desire for a right to speak and for a right to be included in how they are governed. Nevertheless, the story of Myanmar and Ethiopia tells also a story of the crisis of democracy, of how to ensure that forms of governance, respect for human rights, the rule of law, strengthening institutions, and delivering public service goods in a manner that people feel included in how their governments perform and how these governments listen to them is very crucial and critical. Two other components are key, not so much in terms of their correlation between the two countries, but across other areas. And I think Anselmo's point about the comparisons between Myanmar and Ethiopia as lessons for prevention in these difficult times occurring elsewhere is key. One relates to the excessive availability and use of small arms and light weapons that have infiltrated ordinary communities to such an extent that dialogue has been undermined and the resort to weapons as conflict resolution tools, unfortunately so, has become the norm of the day. Another point that I think we need to look at very carefully relates to how these acts of violence, either by states or non-state actors, and I think Solomon mentioned non-state actors, fund their activities. The exploitation of natural resources, the use of narcotics, to fund actions of resistance against those who seek to oppress others. So when we talk about the cases of Myanmar and Ethiopia, I want to bring in one other theme that possibly is not so much related to to Ethiopia, but to Myanmar and lots of other countries where there are tensions. One is the issue of statehood. The very idea of how the state is, who it represents, its manifestations and characterizations, and the way in which the citizens relate to and owe allegiance to this idea of the state. And therein lies some of the tensions and contradictions that Solomon earlier on mentioned. The nexus between the center and the periphery. And we are seeing across this continent, the African continent, the difficulties of governments in extending their reach of influence to the far-flung areas of their states and getting members of those states to owe them or to show levels of allegiance. And that contestation relating to power, to influence, to inclusion, when it fails to work, creates a vacuum within which, unfortunately, the military sometimes seeks to step in. So when I talk about the crisis of democracy, in the case of Myanmar, but also in the case of the continent, in Africa, there are two divergent dynamics. One is what we are seeing in Sudan, similar to what is going on in Myanmar, an unwillingness and a resistance by the communities and societies to say, no, we will not accept the military taking over power. Unfortunately, in the Sahel and in West Africa, the crisis of democracy has been embedded through corruption, exclusion, abuse, that the entry of the military into the political space is actually glorified. So we've seen this in Guinea, in Mali, and in Burkina Faso, and a failed attempt in Guinea-Bissau, and across the Sahel and West Africa. Democracy is so much in crisis that the military looks like an acceptable option. Unfortunately, that is not so. So we need to change the narrative somehow. But how do we do so? And herein, I want to focus on three things. One is the role of civil societies and international solidarity. Civil societies are critical actors, first in norm development and embedding norms. How do we ensure that the ideas around the rule of law, the respect for human rights, of inclusion, of holding public office holders accountable to discharge and deliver the services for which we have entrusted them with our lives? So civil society as networks of epistemic communities that have knowledge are key in ensuring that we build this international solidarity. The second point relates to Solomon's point about African peace and security architecture. And here, probably, I think Shamini mentioned it tangentially, if I got it right, and also to ECOWAS. The inconsistent application of the norms and values and principles to which states have voluntarily signed on to. So in the African case, we see how the African Union and its regional economic community sometimes apply the principles relating to democracy, and when they are infringed upon in ways that are not consistent. And that inconsistency creates a space within which those who do not want to embed and strengthen democracy get the opportunity to then work. But I think Anselmo's point and the conversations this morning, or at least very early morning for me, points to the need for international solidarity. And so I like your point about the Rohingyas. Solomon knows this and Paul knows this, that in most African countries, precisely because our societies are diverse, minority groups almost never have the chance to voice their concerns. And when their concerns are voiced, they are almost always dismissed. And herein lies the possibility and the need for an international solidarity that says we, across regions, across countries, across time zones, will fight as civil society to ensure that we can embed these norms. But then how does civil society do that? And I always tell my students that civil society's strength lies in its willingness to share its values through public engagement, radio, and here I'm talking particularly about community radio, using local languages and words in a manner that our fishermen, our farmers, our ordinary people will say, wow, so these things do matter to me. That as a simple, ordinary person, I can also make an impact. That one of the challenges that civil society faces across board has been its inability to couch the principles that we believe in and to locate them within the communities and the people that we want to carry them along with us. So there's a lot of hope. There's a lot of solidarity. But we need a new discourse that is more encompassing, that is more dialogic, that is more consensual, and that gives hope to those who feel that democracy haven't brought the fruits that they are looking for. So when we speak in a manner that is clear, that sometimes gives a sense of pessimism. Located within that pessimism is the hope that international solidarity, driven by shared norms, driven by shared values, driven by shared principles, is possible. And that it can be possible if we use a language and a presentation that allows ordinary people to have a buy-in and to identify themselves within the words and the discourses that we are bringing to them. For me, from Shamini's point and from Solomon's point, that we have a basis to work together. We have a message that is clear. We have a message that gives hope. So I want to leave my introductory comments here, and I want to thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Let's give a big hands to Sway Kwei Ami. I think it was a very good analytical comment, not only Ethiopia, but also Myanmar. I think this is really great. I think I really agree to what you said, crisis of democracy, more specifically federalism, more specifically how to deal with the minorities, includes democracy. This is a root cause of the old armed conflict, both in Ethiopia and also Myanmar, and also many other countries. Armed conflict is a consequence of the failure of democracy we live today. So let's continue our discussion. We have one more discussion from Kenya, because Dr. Aning spoke from Ghana, West Africa. Now we move to the East Africa, Kenya. Paul, you have all 7 minutes to share your wisdom and insight. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. And I will, after listening to an elder like Kwesi and Solomon, I think I just need to take only 3 minutes. They have articulated it very well. And Kwesi, I wish that I was actually taking all those notes to come and say, this is what civil society needs to start doing from now, and it's very interesting because just 2 days ago we ended a meeting on Ethiopia. Several of us from across the continent came together, and one of the things that we were concluding amongst ourselves is the statement that Kwesi has raised, and that is, while we are very good as civil society in speaking to ourselves, we are not very good at speaking to our communities. The ability for us to take our language and our passion and all our call and use it to mobilize the community, to make the farmers, to make the fishermen, and to make them feel that they're also part of the movement is something that I feel we need to keep on learning lessons, and I think we need to find out which options we can manage. I think it's listening to everybody else, and one of the things of being the last speaker is that you don't need to have a presentation. You can just take everybody's summary and then make it yours, whatever. I think, first of all, let me begin by thanking young Naing. I mean, listening to what he has gone through and listening whatever to the challenges, and how he's trying to mobilize. I think, Young Naing, I really want to appreciate the work that you are doing. If I was Indian, I will tell you Namaste. I don't know whether that is how it is said all over Asia. But then when I listen to Kinomar and I listen to Shamini, and the fact that right now you can't be in your country, it's easy speaking right now because I am in Kenya. If things go wrong, I have got a sitter somewhere I can call. I've got an uncle I can call somewhere and wherever. But when you have to be in a foreign country, I can tell you it's never the same. It's never the same. You always want to feel that there's a way in which things can be resolved back home, so that we can also go home. So I really want to appreciate the effort that you are making, Shamini, the effort that you are making, Kinomar, and I really hope that one day you will be speaking from your homeland. I really would have said so. I think just listening to what is happening, I sense three things, and I am hoping that Anselmo, that we will somehow look at this as not just what has happened within this context of conference, but see how to manage it. First of all, when I listen to all of us, I can see that all our differences and our conflicts are rooted in very, very strong historical context. And sometimes I think when we are dealing with conflicts, it is easy to focus on what is happening right now and forget that there is a very long history to it. And sometimes we just need to take a wide lens and look back. So if you look at what has happened in Myanmar, for a long time when I was growing up, we used to call it Burma. Whatever that is the name that we knew. You can see you've got a military coup in '62, a military coup in '88, you've got a military coup last year, and you can imagine how exhausting is it for citizens that for 73 years they have never witnessed peace. I don't know if we can imagine what it feels to the minds and the emotions of people if for 73 years you are constantly trying to just live in peace because of that kind of issue. And I think we need to look at it. Now, if you look at Ethiopia, it is easy for those of us who are reading right now to say, oh, in November 2020 or whatever, this and this happened. But many of us forget that actually Ethiopia is one of the oldest empires on the African continent. And sometimes we think that we can address the issues in Ethiopia from what happened whatever the other day, but no, we have got to go back to the issues that happened in the 70s, the issues that happened in the 60s, which now leads me to a very interesting second point. And that, unfortunately, is a very sad one. For those of us who have got an opportunity, there is a documentary on Nelson Mandela, which I would recommend to all of us. It is called Mandela, Father of a Nation. And okay, I'll get the correct title. And one of the things that Mandela discusses as a personal reflection is that if you look at all our conflicts, somehow there is some European hand somewhere. When you look at what is happening, whether it is in Africa, whether it is in Asia, whether it is in the Pacific, whether it is in the Caribbean, somewhere the British will show up, somewhere the Germans will show up, somewhere the Russians will show up. And I'm just asking ourselves, maybe it is time to ask a very interesting question. What is it about Europe that makes them insert themselves in every single conflict in the world? I mean, they have got a continent of their own, but you go to Burma and you can see the divide and rule. You come to Ethiopia and you've got the Italians, and you come and you have the Russians, and you've got our friends. I'm asking ourselves, maybe we need to. Maybe next time we need to bring our European colleagues and ask them what makes them so restless that they really cannot settle on their own continent and allow us to try and build our own regions in peace. I know some of us may not be happy with that kind of statement, but it bothers me that every time you go to conflict, there's somewhere some European interest. Even right now, we are talking about the junta, but nobody is asking about where they are getting the weapons and who is selling them the weapons. How can they manage to get such strong, powerful weapons? Weapons are not manufactured in Myanmar. I am not aware of any weapons being manufactured in Ethiopia. I am not aware of any African country that manufactures the kind of weapons that I see being used by either it is the states or the people, or whatever, or the rebels, or the juntas. And these are things that we need to ask ourselves. And then the other thing that I'm beginning to ask ourselves is, what happened to the social contract? I listened to Myanmar, and I can see several attempts at getting a constitution.
Can you please wind up your intervention, please? Already time's up.
Yes, exactly. So I am asking ourselves, how do we make sure that we get our social contract right? Because we are talking about the constitutions, and talking about democracy, and talking about our nationhood. And maybe what we need to do as a civil society is to ask ourselves, can we help our communities to develop a path for rebuilding the social contract so that we are able to deal with our ethnic diversities? If I was to propose 3 specific steps that maybe we need to think of from here collectively. Number 1 is, we need to find ways to stop the state killings. What is making me sad right now is that we are having countries where the states are bombing its own citizens. This is not right. We have to find ways in which we can tell the state, you cannot use your military might for you to bomb your fellow citizens. The second thing that I just want to ask is, let us find ways in which we can use our ethnic diversity as a form of rebuilding our social contracts as a community. Whichever way we can do that, I know that there are very many different ways, and how we can do it on the African continent may not be similar to how we can do it, but if we can focus on rebuilding the social contract, then we can go to the third thing which I'm talking about, and that is issues of equity, justice, and the global power can only be handled if we can manage the social contracts and deal with our own diversity. Justice, equity, international dimensions, whether it is interest in the resources that these regions have. If as civil society we can take a leading role in rebuilding the social contract then we are able to close avenues for the international players to come and take advantage of the conflicts that exist in our own countries. I think I'll leave it there and sell more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Once again, let's give a big hand to Paul. Again, very analytical comment. I think also very important, you mentioned about so-called colonial legacy, historical root of this conflict, because many of from the Ethiopia and Myanmar, and also even South Korea, we were once the colony, of course South Korea is now Western, but many developing countries were former colony of European countries. This is one of the historical causes of today's conflict. That has to be taken into account when you analyze, when you build the international solidarity. That's why exactly one of the reasons that we build the solidarity between Asia, Africa directly, so we can learn from each other directly, with the fresh eyes, without colonial legacy. So thank you for your enlightenment. And time's almost up, unfortunately. We have only 5 minutes left, but I see the one participant from Ethiopia in the room. Could you please say one small, because you are in PyeongChang, you learn about PyeongChang. Would you like to say a few words about your own experience? Can you give the mic, please? She's the students in South Korea. That's why she was able to attend this forum. Please stand up and then say.
Okay, thank you. My name is Salamait. I'm from Ethiopia. The war which is going on now is, I think it's getting better in this month. There is a sign of the 2 parties. Maybe they can sit to the negotiation and maybe they can bring some agreements. I don't know the potential. I don't want to say more things about this issue. I'm so concerned about the people. because the issue is not about the people. The actors are not the people. The war is between the former and the previous one, the previous government. So maybe for the sake of the people, maybe they will bring some solutions for this problem.
Okay, thank you
Okay,
very much
thank
for your
you.
comment. I hope while you are in Korea, you can learn more about how we can address those issues. Not only the Ethiopia is a common, in Korea we have not an ethnic conflict, but it's a national, the conflict, between North and South Korea. Okay, thank you very much for your input. Let me invite Solomon to give your response. It's a final and closing remark. Then the Ambassador Yan. Solomon, Dr. Solomon, you have 2 or 3 minutes to respond to some of the comments.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, 2 things I would like to say. The first one is what Paul mentioned about this European and African partnership. As you remember, last week there was an African Union and the European Union EU forum where they tried to negotiate things. And actually, the International Committee has issued a statement that partnership has to be based on the way, through interdependence. That understanding, it has to be built on the understanding that the humanity is one, that the well-being of one is dependent on the other, that Europe cannot experience well-being unless Africa experiences it. So I encourage everyone to read. It's available online on our website, bic.org, to read the statement that how the oneness of the understanding of this principle helps the relationship of the two. And the other one is what my friend Salamawit suggested. Yes, basically it's like when the two elephants fight. It is the grass that's the first in most cases. So ultimately, it is the people, the citizens who are suffering out of violence, out of all the manifestations of violence, and also the high rise of living cost. People are really suffering. So at least for the sake of the people, so that they get quietude, the warring faction have to come into agreement. That's what I can say. And thank you, Anselmo, for bringing this into fruition, and all the participants and all the respondents. I really appreciate all the interventions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Solomon. So let's go to Ambassador Yan Naitung. You have also 2 minutes to respond to the questions.
Okay. ကျွန်တော်မလိုပဲပြောပါမယ်ပြီးရင်သူအင်္ဂလိပ်လိုဘာသာပြန်ပြပါမယ်ကျွန်တော်အနေနဲ့အခုလိုဒီလိုပွဲမျိုးကိုစီစဉ်ပေးတဲ့အတွက်ဖြောင်ချမ်းငင်းချမ်းရေးဖွဲ့ကိုလည်းကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်တောင်းတကိုလည်းကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီလိုပွဲမျိုးတွေဆက်ဆက်မပြတ်တင်ပြပြုလုပ်ပေးနိုင်ပါစေလို့ဆုတောင်းပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဆရာနာရှင်တွေရဲ့လောက်မှာနေရတဲ့ပြည်သူပြည်သားတွေရဲ့ဘဝမငြင်းချမ်းသောနိုင်ငံတွေရဲ့အခြေအနေတွေကိုကျွန်တော်တို့မှတ်သားစရာလေ့လာစရာတွေအများကြီးရရှိတဲ့အတွက်အများကြီးကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ခင်ဗျာ
Thank you for inviting me to this significant event. I would like to thank the PyeongChang Peace Forum organizers, and through this forum I do believe that we were able to learn about solutions, and also were able to hear some valuable insights. I do hope that in the future you can provide this kind of a platform. Thank you.
Before you end, I'd like to suggest to have a group photo with a sign of solidarity for people fighting against military junta in Myanmar. These are 3 fingers. Can you show your 3 fingers? But it's not only Myanmar, now it's Ethiopia, all over the world. 3 fingers, okay? Kwesi, Shamini, 3 fingers, please. 1, Shamini, 3 fingers. 2 hands up, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. So this is the end of the session. Thank you for your participation. Okay, hope to see you. Let's keep in touch with the spirit of solidarity. Thank you. 여기 참가자 청중 여기 대사님께서는 미얀마에서 운동하시다가 한국에 오셔서 지금 그러니까 민주화 운동하고 계시거든요.
So the ambassador from Myanmar, he is currently working for Myanmar here in Korea. So please join us in the photo up in front.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon Province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south, through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lee Kai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sageunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, but this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Peninsula ski resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula Ski Jumping Center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljongsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljongsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style. Surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature, it offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Jonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives this place a lot of charm. I bet you've never seen a huge collection of pots right in front of a house. Yes, fermented paste and sauces like gochujang, the red pepper paste, or doenjang, the bean paste, are very important in Korean cuisine. Ari Hills. Now that you've taken some rest and enjoyed the beach, it is time for the fun part of the trip. Jongson is another beautiful place in Gangwon-do, but it is the outdoor activities that we enjoyed the most. Ari Hill's Skywalk is a glass observation deck which provides you with an incredible view of the Donggang River. Bringing to mind the shape of the Korean Peninsula, this magical landscape is often called the Grand Canyon of South Korea. You will have the amazing feeling of walking on the clouds from the edge of the cliff. Ari Hills also has the longest zipwire in Asia. If you want to spice up your trip to Gangwon-do, this is the perfect opportunity. You will be flying like a bird between the valleys at 100 kilometers per hour, an experience you'll never forget. Once down on the ground, you will have the option to fully enjoy Donggang River by grabbing a paddle and riding a boat. The beauty of this place made it popular for rafting, with steep cliffs on one side and banks of pebbles on the other. The picturesque landscape will make you forget to paddle. We had a lot of fun jumping from the boat and letting the river bring us to the destination point, Samtan Art Mine. It is time to slow down a bit and visit an impressive Jongson creation, which highlights both the area's rich history of mining and fresh modern art. It used to be a very busy place, employing around 3,000 people due to the high demand for coal. After shutting its doors in 2001, local artists gave this place another life. It became the perfect playground for urban explorers and graffiti artists. Today, Samtan Art Mine is a stunning complex that would be scary to visit alone at night. Alpine Coaster. Haiwon Ski Resort is the biggest resort in Gangwon-do, with around 1,900 rooms and 43 conference rooms, which can host over 2,000 people. During summer, instead of ski slopes, this place is covered with thousands of flowers. It has plenty of activities to discover, like an open-air water park, so you don't have to go far to enjoy your day. But our favorite was the Alpine Coaster attraction, which makes you appreciate the daisy field through a completely different angle. This place is huge and surrounded by beautiful nature, so even when we weren't lucky with the weather, we had a lot of fun exploring the surroundings. Now you know about some of the best places in Gangwon-do, where you can enjoy the coastal area, mountains, and some fun activities. However, Gangwon-do is a huge province with lots of places to visit during different seasons of the year. We are looking forward to going back and letting you discover more about Gangwon-do. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see each other on the next one.
강원도 금강산 12,000봉 8만 광자 유정사 법당 뒤에 칠성난 도둑 오고 팔자에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 석달 열흘 녹음에 없는 아들 딸 나달라고 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사랑 괄세를 말아 정성을 말고 다 관객니 외로이 난 사람 괄세를 말아.
Clean highlands, 700 meters above sea level, the bearer of happiness. The positive energy found here engages all senses, giving life to the body from head to toe, bringing peace to the heart and soul. Quick and close, PyeongChang approaches. As we run to embrace PyeongChang, in this very moment right now. A snow-covered village, a 1,000-year-old forest, leads us to a new world in awe, leaving the secular world behind. Here, the meeting of a dramatically portrayed goblin, as someone gains insight to understand the past, present, and the future. Buckwheat flowers that displayed freshness under the sun glows white with the delicate moonlight. At PyeongChang, where all seasons come in different colors, presenting the vastness that exists within scenery, every photo taken becomes memorable. Enjoy the scent therapy at PyeongChang. Satisfy your sense of smell, not just the vision. The clean highlands where warm sunlight meets becomes a heavenly garden full of flowers giving off a unique fragrance. In every breath, the fragrance of flowers covers your body, washing off the fatigue of city life, becoming a memory engraved in the mind. After feasting your senses of sight and smell, open your ears now and listen to the sound of PyeongChang. Beautiful snow scene of the sound.
warm welcome to the partner session that deals with peace education at DMZ. We're going to discuss this issue with the specialists from different countries today. And we have Professor Kwon Gu-il, who is a professor at the Korea National Defense University. And we also have a discussant, and among whom there is a Shad Changes Zafar. He is a colonel of Pakistan Army and attaché at the Pakistan Embassy in South Korea. We also have Professor Ha Young-jae, who is a visiting professor at Hallym University. And he used to be a deputy commander in CHIP in the South Korean Army. And we also have Dr. Kim Gyu-nam, who is a researcher at the Research Institute for Gangwon. And one more, whose name is Charlie Lamento, who is a GHNI permanent representative to the United Nations based in Geneva, Switzerland. So he's connected online to be with us. So the peace education is very much in need for all of us. And the question is how best we can perform peace education. So I think that the best place that we can perform is at the war zone, when the war or conflict is ongoing. That's the very place that we need peace education. At the moment, UN Peacekeeping Operations Center is located at the Korea National University of Defense. And the government of Gangwon is highly interested to host the PKO Center to DMZ area in the province. So that's why we are opening this session to discuss what the Peacekeeping Operations Center is all about and what are the main role in that. And there are many aspects in peace education. So peace is not just a military concept, it is a multi-dimensional concept that deals with non-military issues like people-to-people relationships, public diplomacy, and even science and technology, and many areas are related and closely connected to peace issue. So with the speaker, Kwon, and the panels from different institutions and in different countries, we're going to focus on this issue. So first, I'd like to ask Professor Kwon for the theme presentation, but before that, let me tell you that the 90 minutes are given to us. So about 30 minutes will be given to Professor Kwon for theme presentation. And like more or less 15 minutes will be given to the panelists. And after the presentation and discussions, there will be questions and answer period, which will be open to you on the floor and even on online. Right, thank you. Professor Kwon, please.
안녕하십니까?
Yes, good afternoon. I am with the National Defense University at the Peacekeeping Operations Center. My name is Kwon Gu-il. Today I'll be talking about the change of perception on PKOs and our challenge forward. It is an honor to be here. In particular, PKOs actually have been acknowledged to be activities for the military. But I do believe that we need a more national consensus on the importance of PKOs. So thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about this issue. So I would first like to look at the history of Korea's troop dispatch and look at the issues and also suggest a way forward. Up to now, many experts have noted that our overseas PKOs and also the PKO Center future direction. So experts have been presenting this, but I think that we need to further supplement the specific details. So the nationwide policy for PKO and a PKO center at the national level should be laid out. And also, rather than simply an education center for PKO education and peacekeeping education, I do believe that we need to focus on a paradigm shift to expand the role of the PKO centers so that PKOs can contribute to the peace process on the Korean Peninsula, and also to ensure that the Republic of Korea can contribute to the international community for the next 30 years. So once again, first I will briefly touch upon the history of Korea's troop dispatch. We'll look at the limitations of Korea's troop dispatch and my personal views on the policy direction of PKO of the Korean government. And based on that, I would like to talk about the vision and role of a national level PKO center. So first, the history of troop dispatch, overseas troop dispatch by the Republic of Korea. Before we go into the history, I would like to note that last year in 2021, for the first time in Asia, Korea hosted the UN peacekeeping ministerial talks. And Foreign Minister Chung Eui-yong, Foreign Affairs Minister, mentioned that Korea will contribute in technology and health for PKO. There was a Seoul initiative announced, and so the technology, the training, and education for female officers, as well as supporting for the capacity building of the UN PKO officers, will be areas that Korea will continue to support. Also, last year marked the 30th anniversary of Korea's entrance into the UN, and so it was an opportune moment to look back at our past 30 years and how Korea contributed to the global community, and also look towards the next 30 years. So it was an important point of time for a new direction, and it is also an important period of time for us to think about our future direction forward. In 1991, both South Korea and North Korea entered into the UN, and since then, Korea currently holds the 11th position when it comes to the contributions to the UN regular budget. When it comes to the share of cost of the peacekeeping operations, Korea is ranked at number 10. Also, 917 Koreans are working at international organizations, and 129 people have been working at the Secretariat since the entrance of the UN. And also 27 individuals are working in the UN PKO activities. 542 troop members are participating as well. There are 11 individuals, 300 troop level, and 139 experts for defense cooperation taking part in PKOs, and also including our Vietnam War participation. There has been a considerable number of people sent overseas as a form of troop dispatch. And also, we have a number of high-level officials working at the UN from the past. For example, we held the position of the president of the Security Council on the non-permanent seat. For example, we were the chair of the UN General Assembly during the 56th UN General Assembly. So there were a number of high-level positions held, and also for security, economy, and the military. We can say that there were many outcomes that we were able to obtain through our overseas troop dispatch efforts. But we can say that the environment for troop dispatch continues to change. So we need to live up to this change, and we just took a look at the history. Now it's time to look at the limitations and the challenges going forward, and also the future direction. As I mentioned before, many experts have noted that along with our outcomes, as you can see in the table on the upper right, we need to have a strategy for going forward. So there has been 6 main points noted. And number 1 would be that we also have to send our troops to risk-prone areas. Number 2, we have to increase the number of troops participating in UNPKOs. And also number 3, we have to enter further into high-level positions within the UN. Let's take a look at these 3. Now, here you can see the number of people in the high-level positions, for example, the SRSGs of the UN Secretary General, and also the nationalities of the 4 FCs, the countries that contribute forces. So you can see that in the top 6, there are, for example, Italy, Denmark, Ireland are the force contributing countries that do not send that much, but there are also countries that also contribute a little, but for example, Senegal and Kenya, that take many different high-level positions. And especially if you look at countries such as Brazil, Pakistan, and Nigeria, you can see that sending troops, a lot of force contribution does not necessarily mean that this can lead to many high-level positions. And also, there is no firm, clear guideline for entering into the UN in high-level positions, but the contributions and also the capacity, for example, can be some criteria. Now, the cooperation level can lead to political and diplomatic influence. So in 50 countries, there has been a special envoys to the Secretary General, but there has not been a clear pattern that we could identify. However, the US, Germany, the UK, for example, these countries who have heavily financed the UN, and also Nigeria, Tunisia, the UK, Swiss, Canada, Pakistan shows a large number. Canada, Swiss, however, has sent a small number of troops, but nevertheless shows high in ranking, and also France is not included here. Brazil, Pakistan, India, Nigeria, and Bangladesh, they are in the top 5 countries for force contributions. These are major force contributing countries, but the low-ranking force contributing countries, if you look at the patterns, very obscure. So you can see that there's a mixed pattern here, and in conclusion, the entrance into high-level military positions, well, it is not dependent upon the level of force contribution. Sending many troops to a certain mission and also having similarities in terms of the language, culture, and geography of a country that experiencing the difficulty or the conflict. These types of countries seem to play a greater role. So you can see that such countries have sent many private sector civilian people to these high-level positions. And as you can see in 3-B, if you're ranked within the 11th position of the force contribution, it means that you have sent around, if you're at the 11th position, you've sent around 2,000. So most of the top-ranking countries have sent around more or less 2,000. And realistically, however, it is difficult for South Korea to expand our troop dispatch to over 2,000. Of course, there is no clear standard, but on average, if you look at the top contributors to the UN, if you look at the average troops, it's about 0.24%. So we do believe that the appropriate number of troops that we send would be 1,200. As I mentioned before, now in the UN multinational mission, and also if you look at the various overseas dispatch, we have 691 and 319. So in overall, over 1,000 has been sent overseas, expanding the number of people that participate in the PKOs. Once again, I do believe at this moment it's realistically difficult. It has realistic limitations at this point. So if you look at the left here, you can see that there was a survey on the general public of Korea, and overall, the Koreans seem to be positive about sending troops for PKO activities because they believe that this contributes to enhancing the national status of Korea in the international community and can lead to national interest. However, when asking them if in the future we should increase the number of troops sent, 60.1% believe that we should maintain the current level, and 46.5% believe that we should send them only to safe areas. And also, once dispatched, and if that region enters into a difficult situation, then 25.2% believe that we should withdraw our troops. And also, you can see that overall there was a negative view on sending our troops to risky areas. So you can see that the general public believes that thinks positively that we take part in the PKO activity by sending our troops, but they are against sending them to dangerous areas. And also, even if it's not the highest position level, we should still nevertheless have Koreans take important positions so that we can exert more influence in the international community. And also, we should host international conferences, for example, to lay the foundation for Korea to exert more influence in the international community. The developing countries, in order to further expand their influence in the international communities, sometimes send and contribute forces. But in terms of foreign affairs and also other measures, you can see that more advanced countries tend to focus more on other measures rather than forced contribution. Now, if you look at the Grand Finance Global Soft Power Index, Korea ranked number 11. This is the upper right diagram. Joseph Nye, a professor at Harvard University, had said that Korea's soft power is actually capturing the world. Now, I think that we have to continuously engage in global issues, and also we should further expand opportunities for Koreans to enter into international organizations so that we can further expand our role. We also have to have more diverse people participate in these PKO activities. We also have to establish more partnerships within the global community. And for that, we also need to change our paradigm for UN PKO activities. And also when it comes to the role of the National Defense University PKO Center, we have to expand its role so that it can become a national level PKO center. So I talked about the 2021 peacekeeping ministerial that was held in Seoul. There was a Seoul initiative that pledged Korea's plans and intentions going forward to contribute more. And based on that, I would like to mention that fostering more experts in this field, further partnership between the private and the public sector, and also establishing a national level PKO center is something that I want to emphasize. So I want to overall emphasize that at a national level, we need the right preparations, lay the foundation, and also we need the government's policy to further strengthen our position in the international community. So first of all, in terms of the government's policy for peacekeeping, I think that Korea should play the role of a leader, not a follower. We need a niche strategy, and also we need a K-Peace national strategy, and also we need to host strategically the headquarters of UN and other international organization agencies. Now, UN peacekeeping is the most effective tool for maintaining peace in the world. And we can see that the UN peacekeeping operations, however, are changing, and there are sometimes operations taking place in very highly dangerous environments. After the Seoul Initiative was announced, our Minister of Defense gave an address and said that we would utilize our advanced technology to establish a smart camp, deploy medical support team to South Sudan, offer engineering and demining training courses, provide helicopter assets, organize and offer female officer training courses, and deploying additional police force. So 6 pledges were made. And also, first of all, the Smart Camp pilot project was the number 1 on the list, and then sending medical support team to South Sudan and supporting 4.5 million to the African continent, and establishing a medical center in Ethiopia, establishing partnership with Kenya, and also contributing the helicopter assets to help create a helicopter troop within the UN, offering female officer training courses and sending more cyber experts, and also contributing to the trust fund for UN were mentioned. For Korea to play a leading role in UN peacekeeping activities. All of this would be based on our technological capacities and competitive advantage and capabilities. And this is in line with the digital transformation strategy of the UN. It also focuses on utilizing the 4th Industrial Revolution technologies to improve the conditions for the missions of UNPKO. By doing so, by making these contributions, we can lead the agenda of UN peacekeeping. And I do believe that maintaining a firm status is very important for Korea. So we have to be engaged in all areas of peacekeeping efforts, and we have to exert our soft power so that Korea can lead the way in international peacekeeping efforts. When we think about how we can contribute to the international community in the next 30 years, we have to come up with a vision and goal for an international peacekeeping center at the national level, which should be very future-oriented. So we need to set the right direction for this type of a national infrastructure that can contribute to international peacekeeping efforts. Many countries are currently operating research institutes for UN peacekeeping activities. If you look at the left, you can see that there has been a number of resolution-related or agenda-related researches that have been ongoing in joint with UN agencies, or there has been independent panels for conducting research related to the UN. In order to lead UN peacekeeping activities, we have to foster the experts that can engage in these types of research activities. For example, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is encouraging the fostering of such experts just by contributing financially. A considerable sum to the UN would not be enough to have more Koreans participate in high-level positions within the UN. I do believe that we have to continue to make further efforts. Last year in 2021, we actually participated in the publication of a guidebook, of a manual of the UN. So we need to continue to engage in these types of activities of coming up with manuals and guidebooks. And for that, we need the personnel, we need the experts to do that. So we need to foster the human talent. Peacekeeping operations has a long history within the UN. Secretary General Guterres launched the A4P so that peacekeeping operations can continue to place for us the most effective tool for peace. And he said that the UN and the global community should cooperate in 8 fields and also in terms of 40 or more commitments. And last year, the past achievements were assessed, and in order to solve new challenges related to PKO, there will be 7 priorities and 2 areas that should be tackled. So A for Peace has been implemented last year. Now, based on extensive experience, UN continues to evolve when it comes to peacekeeping operations. At such a time, we need to come up with the right strategy to adjust to the changes and ensure that Korea can play a leading role. Now, just focusing on security is not enough. We need a more comprehensive strategy. We need to collaborate more. We need to focus on the various areas of peacekeeping. Up till now, we can see that a number of missions were focused on security, but we can see that the missions have been more diversified, and the traditional areas for peacekeeping has been further expanded to new areas. So observation and supervision of a ceasefire has been, the agenda has not been limited to this, but has been further broadened. In the 1990s, we can say that the development agents have been engaging in multilateral efforts to cooperate, and this had been linked with the peacekeeping operations from the 1990s. In 2000, the peacekeeping report was issued, and you can see in this report that collaboration among the agencies was emphasized. There has to be a clear agenda, and there has been an effort to further expand peacekeeping operations. Since the 2000s, or starting from 2010, peacekeeping activities have been focusing on helping the developing countries to overcome their challenges, and you can see that conflict, development, and peace and security has been recognized to be interrelated issues. And from this period, you can see that multifaceted efforts have been made, and so many different actors have been coming together to deal with these issues in a comprehensive manner. Also, we can see that since the 1990s, the developing verse and also human rights issues, activists have been combined with peacekeeping efforts. Since the 2000s, you can see that various development support efforts have been carried out, but development up till now have been focusing more on security in the past. But starting from this period of the 2000s, there was a realization that peace and justice and gender equality, for example, is very important, and all of these issues were combined together. And it was recognized that security and development is co-related. Strong institutions and governance are important for security and development. And such mutual dependency is something that has to be maintained to ensure that a balance between development and security is ensured when it comes to peacekeeping activities. Of course, depending on the operation environment, there can be a priority placed on one over the other. And depending on that, the development actors can play an integral part of the future UN peacekeeping activities. So now, the roots of conflicts are now increasingly being recognized as something that we have to analyze and understand in order to resolve the conflicts. So, Korea should come up with an agenda for tackling the niche areas of peacekeeping so that Korea can play a greater role. Next, I would like to talk about the K-Peace National Brand Strategy. Korea has experienced colonization and the Korean War. It was the poorest country, one of the poorest countries in the world. It was an aid recipient, but now it is a donor country. And it now actually appeals to the world with its K-films, K-drama, K-quarantine, and K-pop. Now it is being respected as a responsible member of the international community with roles and responsibilities. K-Peace can help us play a greater role in the international community based on our past experience and history, as well as our efforts for peace establishment. It can help us lead the international efforts, and it can become a major national brand that symbolizes peace. So we should make K-Peace a national brand so that we can carry out strategies symbolizing peace in various areas, including politics, economy, culture, military, and society. It can help us enhance our national image around the world, and also based on the K-Peace national brand and strategy, we can further come up with an integrated system for international cooperation. President Moon Jae-in had declared that we should make the DMZ an international peace zone. Right now, because of stalled inter-Korean relations, we have not been able to pursue the building of an international peace zone. But the DMZ actually is located in the middle of the Korean Peninsula. If you look at the international organizations, you can see that most of them are hosted by European countries or the US. Now, the Korean Peninsula peace process is being pursued by the Korean government, and at such a time, we have to come up with a mid to long-term vision to attract and host the international organization headquarters. So perhaps we can increase our contributions to such agencies, or we can host international conferences or forums with such international organizations, and also send presenters and relevant seminars. We should take on a strategic role at a national level to appeal to the international organizations to attract more of such international organizations to be hosted here in Korea. Also, DMZ is the center of fauna and flora. It is a symbol of peace, and it provides a future vision for international peace. It has a symbolic value, and we do believe that we can actually host international organization headquarters at the DMZ because it has a symbolic meaning. But in order to do so, we need the massive budget, and also we need to be able to provide the housing facilities and infrastructure, the social infrastructure, for example, and we also have to provide incentives by the government. We also have to support the international organizations legislatively and also through institutions. So we have to utilize our national brand, and also we have to think about also to promote the work efficiency of these international organizations. We can think of moving or relocating Korean government agencies that have relevance with these international organizations to help them work better. So just hosting a number of international organizations, I don't think that we can really help further improve Korea's status and image. But what we need to do is we should establish an environment-friendly peace DMZ international zone and peace complex where there can be international organizations hosted, there can be research institutes, the PKO Center, and there can be international tourism projects provided within this complex.
Next, I'd like to talk about the vision and the role of the National PKO Center. With regards to the discussions on the National PKO Center, it's been an ongoing process. In 1993, we first sent troops to Somalia. And in 1995, the PKO course was established in the Joint Forces Staff College. And the PKO work really mostly had to do with administrative work. And in 1998, we had the PKO department established, and we had 6 officers participate, and we increased the number of overseas dispatch. And this was the beginning of the official discussion over the National PKO Center. And under the Nomuyan government, the Defense Plan 2020 and the 192 defense items under Lee Myung-bak government, and also continued on to the Park Geun-hye government. But in 2019, there was a defense white paper that was established. It talked about increasing the number of the overseas dispatch, but now the number is limited to 20 people or officers participating in the courses for the PKO department, and we still don't have an official national PKO center established in the country as of yet. And the center should move to the DMZ, International Peace Zone, and provide specialized education, establish networks at home and abroad, and engage in various international activities, including inter-Korean cooperation. So at the National PKO Center, there has to be public, private, military, and police integrated education courses provided. Currently, the center focuses on just the military, but the public and the private sectors have to be included. Regards to actual dispatch cases of such integrated work, we have sent to Afghanistan, and in Cambodia also, we participate in the UN PKO there in a unified force. And this PKO budget right now, it cannot be shouldered by the Ministry of National Defense also, but only. And so the PKO budget should be established separately and linked to the ODA budget as it is done in Japan right now. And so the PKO budget should be linked to the ODA budget as a result to ensure sufficient funding is provided for these activities. And our PKO center right now, we receive accreditation from the UN. We do have observer courses and landmine courses and women military officers courses right now. And these more additional courses will be established in the future. And in our military also, we have invested 400 billion won for a metaverse platform development. And when the platform is established, this can be used for UN cooperative programs, and so we can innovate using these adoption of new technologies and platforms. Recently, the UN agenda has been set as the youth security, culture, and vision. And so at the National PKO Center, where I mentioned earlier that there are 129 officers working in administrative work, which we feel is a very small portion. And so more on the right side, you will see the Ministry of Foreign Affairs official route by which our youth can go into work for international organizations. But for PKO specifically, we don't have such a route established yet. And so if the National PKO Center is established, it can provide more support and more opportunities for our youth to go into PKO-related agencies and participate in these activities. As for the immediate work that we can do, we should establish a PKO Center branch school to teach certain courses. And for the youth, for example, peace and security, culture, training, and education can be provided. And there could be youth vision courses provided to help them launch into international organizations and provide them with more opportunities for overseas PKO participation. As I mentioned earlier, this Center should lead in national PKO policy formulation, and it has to play the role of research and development also. So International Peace Research Center should be established to collaborate on UN-related research projects and further deepen the cooperative relationship. And there are some journals that we are publishing at our center right now. These journals should be uplifted to an international status so that we can take the initiative in the agenda setting for PKO at the UN level. With regards to expanding exchanges and cooperation, it's the same for within Korea also. We need to expand cooperation among the different agencies. And to do that, we have to ensure that PKO will not be used just as a military tool, but as a diplomatic tool. Now I'd like to talk about the possibilities for inter-Korean cooperation. On the left, you will find that sometimes the humanitarian assistance to North Korea has gone up, sometimes gone down. So there's been a fluctuation. When there's a positive image on North Korea, humanitarian assistance went up. And when there's a negative perception of North Korea, the reverse happened. And so for the two Koreas to participate in the PKO activities together, I mean, if that happens, that's going to have a positive effect in the international community and can lead to further increase in the humanitarian assistance to the North. As for the specific ways that we can implement inter-Korean PKO cooperation, we can begin gradually. We can begin from a single unit deployment and increase and expand that gradually. And also in terms of training, I mean, we could provide training and equipment assistance to North Korea. And we could have a triangular partnership established, thus laying the foundation for continuous cooperation. As for the example that I'm presenting on the bottom part, India and Pakistan are participating in the South Sudanese peacekeeping operation, and our colonel from Pakistan will be explaining that case later on. And not just in military, but in various different fields. As I mentioned, there has to be an integrated training system, which includes the private sector as well, and the public sector also, and that is going to ensure that this can be a sustainable model down the road. And to attract more international organizations to this zone, there are many different strategies that we could formulate and pursue. The two Koreas already are hosts to certain international organizations, and we can begin with countries that we have diplomatic ties with, and also we could have other UN agencies attracted in this DMZ peace zone, which will further encourage inter-Korean cooperation for UN land or landmine, UN Women, and the World Food Program. Logistics Center, for example, could be established in the DMZ area. And so we have to do the searching and then establish the needed strategies and participate in these activities, thereby ensuring that these international organizations can come and work in our DMZ zone. With this, I will finish my presentation.
Thank you very much for this exciting presentation, which covers important issues that includes number one, South Korea should lead in a creative way in the united peacekeeping missions. Also, we need to develop a K-brand, K-peace brand, because we all know about K-pop, K-wave, K-fashion, K-inspection, all kinds, so starting from K. So we need to develop a K-peace. And also, peace complex was also suggested by Professor Kwon. And also, Korea needed to develop the grade of peacekeeping operations center into the national level. And he has given a very practical suggestions, which is kind of a hope, very strong hope that we can get for the future peacekeeping operation. And that includes that if the North Korea and South can jointly involve in the peacekeeping operation. Like, for example, if South Korea and North military forces jointly go to a third country in conflict under the management of United Nations force. You know, that's uneasy imagination at the moment, but in fact, such a thing is happening in other countries. So that's why we have invited Mr. Changes. He is a military attaché at the Pakistan embassy. There are such cases happening in between India and Pakistan, and there are a lot for us to learn from such case. Okay, Mr. Changes, please.
Good evening. Good evening. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. First of all, let me thank you all for being here and inviting me to speak on a very special topic, especially the one which is related to peace, which we all look for. So, in a very short brief, I'll be explaining the Pakistan's experience of peace under United Nations and some of the suggestions for the peace on the Korean Peninsula. This is the sequence which I intend following. In the initial part, I'll be telling you what are the contributions of Pakistan for peace under the United Nations flag. Then we also have a Pakistan's United Nations Peacekeeping Center, which is known as the CIPS, Center for International Peace and Stability. It is in our capital Islamabad, which is working for the education and training for the deployment of those people who go for the United Nations missions. Then I'll also share the most important part of this presentation, that is the experiences of the peace operations with India under the flag of United Nations, that how it has gone for almost more than 6 decades. We have been working together despite our many differences. And in the end, I will offer some of the suggestions for the peace on the Korean Peninsula. So coming to the first part, that is the Pakistan contribution for the peace. The history of our peace is since our inception in 1947, the Pakistan played a significant role as a responsible member of the international community. The Pakistan's peacekeepers have played a distinguished role while undertaking peacekeeping operations in all areas. The areas which have been very difficult and which have been very wanting. And the long-standing commitment for the United Nations peacekeeping operation can be traced back from 1960s onward. We had our first United Nations peacekeeping mission in Congo in 1960. Then in 1960 to 1970s, we had around 3 missions out of 11 total missions at West Irian, Yemen, and Congo. Then in 80 to 90s, there were overall less missions at United Nations. So there were 6 missions and we participated in 1 at Namibia. From 1990 to 1999, we had around 21 missions out of overall 36, and that were all around the globe. From 2000 to 2020, we had around deployment in 12 missions out of the 18 missions with highest troops contribution to the United Nations. And as far as the current deployment is concerned, out of 12 missions, we have deployment in the 8 missions with 3 missions, rather 4, the Congo, South Sudan, Mali, and the Central Asian republics. We have the troops which are deployed, and in 4 others, we have the observers and the staff officers who are deployed. So this can just give you a history of our relation with the peace with the United Nations. Now, if you see the deployment of these troops, you can see the deployment which has been there since 1960. The one which have been highlighted in the blue color, these are the current deployment in various areas which are now in Congo, for example, in South Sudan, in Mali, in Central African Republic. These are the one where troops are currently deployed. And out of 46 missions all over the world, we had around 219,000 peacekeepers in 28 countries in 4 continents. And we have remained amongst the top 3 troop contributors for consecutive 80 years. And 162 peacekeepers have sacrificed their lives for the global peace. This is very important, as the professor was also referring to one of the survey by the Koreans. So our people have never held their lives back, and they have laid their lives for the global peace. And at the bottom you can see these are not simple troop contribution. These are very specialized contribution of the troops along with their weapon and equipments. So you can see the infantry battalion have been 149, 4 artillery regiments, then the batteries, then armor regiments, then engineers, then the hospitals having the medics, then the supply with the logistics, then the signals, and the lot of aviation units. So this gives you a wholesome effort made by Pakistan so far. Now these are the current deployments, as I told you. The current deployment in 8 out of 12 missions with around 4,000 trips, that makes around 5.9% of the global peacekeepers. And we have currently infantry, artillery, armor, engineer, aviation, signals, logistics, and doctors which are deployed in these 8 missions. The one at the top in white color, these have only staff officer and the military officers, whereas those on the left side in black color, these have the different troops which are deployed. Now coming over to the next important part, as I mentioned earlier, that Pakistan also has a Center for International Peace and Stability, which is known as commonly CIPS. It is in Islamabad, which is the capital of Pakistan. The CIPS has a history and had a connection with the South Korea. The CIPS was inaugurated on August 13, 2013 by United Nations Secretary General at that time, which was Ban Ki-moon. And he had a very special quote for Pakistan, the recognition. He said that I sense great confidence and hope here today, but the feeling that overwhelms me is gratitude. It is impossible to speak about the history of United Nations peacekeeping without highlighting such contributions of Pakistan. So some of the important tasks and roles which you can see, this institution since 2013, in a very short period of time, 8 years, it has become a premier institution for peace and conflict regime studies and training. It focuses on the realistic, focused, and mission-oriented peacekeeping training to the contingent commanders, to the military observers, and to the staff officers. And this also relates to the military, to the police, as well as the civilian scholars. So we are not restricted only to the military part only. As Professor was suggesting for the Peacekeeping Center, so we are already doing it for last 8 years in our country. In addition to that, the CIPS also focuses on the conceptual training and the research for peace. In warfare, as you all know, that the warfare keeps on changing and there are new challenges. So in order to respond to the new challenges, you need to have more research. You need to have new concepts. So one of the job of this CIPS is to cater for those new challenges and new opportunities which you can see. And in this short period, the CIPS has achieved the international stature and it is recognized all over the world. The vision and statement of the CIPS, it says that they presuppose a training facility to produce scholars in peace and conflict regime, beside organizing a wide range of peacekeeping training courses having enhanced foreign participation representation. So we are not only focusing on the training of our own soldiers, we are also looking towards the training and education of our foreign friends as well. And the 3 major departments which are being run, the first one is the peacekeeping training, which is the hardcore peacekeeping training, as we all know. The second one is the peace and conflict studies. And third one is the research and the analysis cell. As I mentioned that this peacekeeping center has earned a lot of international stature since 2013. So currently you can see there are 8 countries we have already, we are working together, and we are working together and we are having the exchange of our officers who come to our SIPs, and our officers, they go to their courses. So you can see Bangladesh is there since 2016. We have Germany since 2017. We have Japan 2017. We have Egypt since 2017. We have United States of America since 2018. We have France. We have Switzerland. We have Kazakhstan. And luckily, currently we are also having, there's MOU which is being under consideration, and hopefully it will be signed with the United Nations Peacekeeping Center with the Korea as well. The achievements which has achieved, 135 peacekeepers training courses have been run so far in 8 years, and around 2,500 peacekeepers, including the 294 our foreign friends, have been trained. And out of those, 174 female peacekeepers have also been trained by the SIPs. And these are the courses which have been running over there in Pakistan. So you can see there are a variety of the courses covering all domains of the peacekeeping operations. Now, coming over to the most important part, that is what are the experiences of the peacekeeping operation with India under the United Nations. I think most of us know the brief history with our relation with India. Just to put in perspective, I'll not go into the details. If you see that the relation between Pakistan and India, these remain normally strained, mainly due to the Kashmir. There are many issues other as well, but you can relate and you can see the area to the Kashmir. Now the Kashmir, it is rather a Muslim majority region, and it was divided between India and Pakistan since 1947 after the British left the subcontinent. And the disputed territory of Kashmir, it awaits a free and fair plebiscite under the United Nations resolution, one of them which was passed in 1948. And because of the Kashmir territorial dispute, there have been 3 wars in 1948, 1965, 1971, and both armies, both countries have suffered a lot. And this is just like the DMZ is a very known place to the entire world, but the India and Pakistan region is also one of the most militarized zone. And in order to ensure the ceasefire and report its violations, there's a United Nations military observer group in India and Pakistan, which is known as UNMOGIP. It is working under the United Nations Security Council Resolution 307, which was established in 1971, with a mandate to, as it reads, a durable ceasefire and cessation of the hostilities in all areas of conflict be strictly observed and remain in effect until withdrawal will take place as soon as practicable of all armed forces to their respective territories and to positions which will fully respect ceasefire line in Jammu and Kashmir supervised by the UNMOGIP. So UNMOGIP is the one which is already mandated in the Kashmir region. So Kashmir is, as yesterday Governor was mentioning, that the Gangwon probably is the only divided province. In our case, we have one of them is Kashmir, which is divided and still it is to be resolved. So the ceasefire is being observed and to be implemented by the UN mandate, which is under the UNMOGIP. So on Pakistan side, we have the observers, and on the Indian side, there are the observers. And there are South Korean military observers as well who participate and go there in the UNMOGIP as well. So one of our observation is that the Pakistan Army has always extended all-out support to the headquarters UNMOGIP. It ensured that United Nations military observers retain freedom of movement for investigation of violation on Pakistan side of the border. However, same is not being done on the Indian side. and the staff remain by and large restricted to the field areas. So these are the, just to give you a perspective that because of one of the reason is Kashmir where we have problems. But once we come to the United Nations, so we leave all our issues back home, and both the armies, luckily, they perform in a very professional way. So we have a history of experience of last 6 decades since 1960. As we feel that United Nations is a multinational forum where armed forces work together, setting aside their bilateral disputes for global peace. Now this is very important for a lesson for the South Korean and the North Koreans. So once you offer them, or once you, in the future, we hope that you work together. So this aim has to be achieved, that you have to leave those differences back home. So under United Nations ambit, Pakistan and India have been working in harmony, both as a staff officer or military observers in headquarters, in team sites and as part of the contingent, and exhibiting true professionalism. So we have been working together at the individual level as well and at the contingent level. There hasn't been any problem. And if you see some of the statistics, we participated together in at least 28 missions together since 1960, starting from the Congo. And currently we are serving in 2 important missions at Congo and South Sudan. And the troops and units of both countries have served under command of other countries' officers without any problem. I'll quote one of the very important and very famous incident here. The General Qamar Javed Bajwa, Chief of Army Staff, he served in 2007 to 2008 with the Indian Major General Bikram Singh, who later became the Indian Army Chief 2012 to 14. So he was the force commander, and the Brigadier General at that time, General Qamar Bajwa, he was serving under him. So he has always praised the Pakistani officer for his professionalism during the UN peacekeeping operation at Congo. And you can read his quote, whatever he says. So what I want to draw over here, that once such countries work together, so people have developed, people know each other, so these contacts can be used in the future as well. So one of the initiative which our Chief of Army Staff offered recently in March 2021 during a security dialogue, he said that it is time to bury the past and move forward. So normally soldiers don't speak the such language, but this is what who feels and who has worked with them, and he knows what are the prospects of the peace. So if South Korea and North Korea armies, they work together in United Nations peacekeeping operations, so there's a chance that people-to-people connections will be there. And you can see such examples in future as well. You can see in the picture, then Brigadier General Qamar is briefing the Indian officer, and later both were the Chief of Army Staff in their respective armies. Some of the, if I jot down what have been what we could achieve and what we could not achieve. It's not that you can achieve each and everything while working together. So the most important thing is you can have the confidence and the trust building from the individual to the contingent level. And that is the first step towards the peace. So once you have the trust, you have the confidence, then you can talk about the peace. And it has a goodwill amongst the, in between the both countries and also with the other part of the world as well. It will bring the improved soft image, of course, in this case for the North Koreans. Then the projection of the soft power. Normally, North Korea has been seen as projecting its hard power through the missiles and other things. So this can be one forum where it can project its positive image in the soft power. Then you can have the more engagement with the international community. So they are not isolated. People can see to them, people can talk to them, and they can also have the perspective of the world, what worlds think of them. And then a very good thing, that is a sense of competition. Once such nations work together in the United Nations mission, so there is a healthy competition. So there's a competition for peace. All right, the South Koreans will try to do better, and North Koreans will even try to do better. So this is how they work in a positive way for the peace. This is what we have learned working with the Indians. And what you can show to the world, as we have been doing it, that you become a responsible member of the global community who are committed for the peace. And unfortunately, there are few things which we have not been able to achieve because all these things have a political history. So the political mindset could not be changed, of course. This peace alone cannot bring changes at the political level. All right, it can bring a good environment, but if you think that this alone is going to work, this is a false conclusion, I will say. Every new provocation on the borders affected the peace process. All right, whenever, like in your case, you see in the last month, there were 7 missile tests, so it brings the confidence levels down. That is not in the hand of the forces on one part. And secondly, what we cannot offer and what we have not achieved, what the South Koreans and North Koreans are trying to do now, that both India and Pakistan have never shared the peacekeeping training domain. We have not worked together in the training peacekeeping center. So we will also like to see it if it is work. So what lessons we can have for our countries as well. So some of the suggestions based on these presentations, I've jotted down very few. As I told you that we need to have a multiple approach. All right, that few are there. You need to have the public diplomacy, you need to have the military diplomacy, you have to people contact. So the military alone or the UN peacekeeping education alone cannot achieve the bring. You need to have the tandem or the parallel efforts going hand in hand. Of course, the military diplomacy in this case can take the lead, but it cannot go to the end state. And in the military diplomacy, the UN Peacekeeping Center at the DMZ, there, as the professor has already recommended, that it has to be at the international level. So it should not be restricted only to the both countries only, because then you will miss the experiences of the global peacekeepers. In that perspective, the SIPS Pakistan has a vast experience of United Nations peacekeeping operation in various domains. An experience of peace will be welcome to share with the ROK Peacekeeping Center through regular interaction, since we will be having soon our MOU signed with them. And the Pakistan and the Republic of Korea, they share many similarities, as I already mentioned. And I think we should start the initiative for the research for the peace. Like as you have suggested one, that we can think for the peace. So what all more subjects can be there, but they are there in our environment and which are applicable to your environment as well. So we can be benefited, and you also can be benefited from that exercise. Then the people-to-people contact.
2 more minutes, please.
The people-to-people contact, and these are very important. I'll just quote one of the initiative which has been done at our government level. It's a Kartarpur corridor. If some of you knows, there's another province in India and Pakistan which is known as Punjab. So the population in India is not only Hindu, they have Muslims, they have Sikhs as well. So one of the religious site or the religious place, it is only 4 kilometers from the Indian border towards the Pakistan side. So the people were not able to come without having a visa or traveling a lot, making a detour, like more than 70 kilometers. So in 2019, our Prime Minister, he made a corridor and he made a bridge over the river. So now people can come directly from India without any visa to Pakistan, just paying the fee of like $20. They can have their religious obligations and they can go back. So once this inauguration was done in 2019, the Indian ex-Prime Minister Manmohan Singh was there. The Chief Minister, like the Governor you say here, he visited from Indian Punjab to Pakistan. Then their Minister Najwat Singh Sidhu, he visited Pakistan. And there was an actor who also visited Pakistan. and there were around 40,000 people who visited at that inauguration. So normally they are allowed to visit like from 5,000 to 10,000. So in this 2 to 3 years of experience, we have earned a very goodwill with our brothers on the Indian side, and we would like to have more initiative like this. So this can be one thing which we can suggest to our Korean brothers, that you can also see such areas within North Korea as well, especially at the DMZ.
Yeah.
And lastly, we have also have the initiative of the peace train, which is known as the Samjhota Express train since 1970s, and which train has been coming from the Pakistan side to Indian side, and occasionally there were some incident as well. There are spoilers of the peace on either sides, so we have to be careful for that. But these initiatives, of course, play a lot, especially in people-to-people diplomacy. And lastly, just like your JSA, we have the Wagah border between the Pakistani Lahore and the Indian Amritsar at the Wagah border, where every day at the evening we have a ceremony, the flag hosting ceremony, or the flag is taken down. So the people on the both sides, they come and watch, and it is open to the all international community to watch. So these are some of the steps which we have been taking, and there are many which can be contributed a lot. So thank you very much for the patience hearing. I think I could be helpful in bringing my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chang. I'm sorry, Changet. And there are so many inspirational stories that you have gone through already with India. And the only problem is time is not with us. So yeah, we cannot go more of your presentation. And I'd like to ask Mr. Charlie Lamento, who is being connected to us online from Switzerland. Mr. Charlie Lamento, are you with us? So now let me give you the 7 minutes only because our time is up till 4:30. So I think we have to manage wisely. So 7 minutes will be given to Charlie Lamento, and afterwards, Professor Ha will take another presentation. All right, please go ahead, Charlie.
So good morning from Geneva, Switzerland. Can everybody hear me well? Yes? Okay, so I would like to welcome everyone this morning to the PyeongChang Peace Forum, delegates and honorable ladies and gentlemen. It's really a privilege to be here. And so let me go ahead and start my slideshow. Okay. There we go. Stop. I will be speaking to you about United Nations peacekeeping operation and peace building. Just to kind of give you some background, really a background in this. And starting with, I don't want to be repetitive because I think Professor Kwan really talked a lot about the United Nations peacekeeping operations, but these are just, it started in 1948, and that, PKO operations have been involved in monitoring ceasefires, protecting civilians, preventing conflict, these kinds of things. I think what's quite interesting with all the work that they're doing at the United Nations peacekeeping operations is that they're focusing on local, national culture and social traditions. These are important. Each country has its own conflicts, but it's the approach and how you look at both the culture and the social traditions and how you solve those problems. Not every country is the same. I think everyone would agree to that. But they just do a lot of wonderful work. And think about it, is that here in Geneva, there are 193 United Nations member states that are involved at the UN, all working together. So we get the best of the best, not only with finances, but also with experts from all over the world that are sending their civilians, their military and police, all working together to solve problems and to help really lend a hand to serve. I think that's I think that that's what's important here is they're serving these host countries in order to help them kind of stand on their own 2 feet so that they can be successful themselves. I think it's also important to note that, again, doing the research that I did on this, that the United Nations Command, it was established in 1978 as a multinational military operation by the United Nations. And there's an operation, obviously, at the DMZ, and there's an operation in Japan. But the United Nations Command is different than the actual United Nations. It's not a United Nations peacekeeping mission. And
Charlie,
therefore, it doesn't fall under the command.
Charlie, just a moment. Charlie, your screen is not being shared. Could you check?
Oh, man. That's not good. Yes. So let's, okay, sorry. Important, very important. Thank you. Share. That's much better. Everyone's been in the dark.
Is it being shared? I don't think it's being shared.
Again. Great.
Oh, yeah, it's
okay,
now
great.
it's come.
So, okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I was talking about the PKO operations, the basics. Again, Professor Kwan really touched on a lot of the basics of the PKO operations, but I wanted to emphasize some points, and I think I've done that, as well as talking about the fact that the command in Japan and South Korea, the DMZ, it's not a part of the United Nations peacekeeping mission. So those are important facts to know. I think is that more involvement by the countries coming together and sharing their skills and their knowledge. That is what helps the host country really stand on their own 2 feet, and then at the same time help them solve their problems through their traditions, through their culture, and through their social traditions. That is so important. It's the process, it's the method. Each country has differences in how you have that approach, and I think that's what sometimes may be missing in some of these peacekeeping operations. Looking at the PKO Center, I think that's quite amazing in that it educates and develops national leaders in military policy, planning, and execution, evaluation, and such. It's located in South Korea as well, in Nonsan. But I agree also with the fact that it should be seriously considered that this would be in Gosang, that it be moved and transferred to Gosang in Gangwon Province, because Gangwon Province has, shall we say, become a city of peace, a venue of peace, and therefore that is like a great foundation, a great catalyst for bringing all the other international community together. I also think about the fact that this PKO Center also does have the ASEAN Regional Forum Conference, so it brings specific countries, regional organizations together, like the United Nations, has regional members. It has exchange visits with foreign national, not only with the defense and military, but also I find it interesting that they have foreign national exchange with defense colleges and security organizations. That is important because you're having the best of the best bring together amazing education and knowledge and be able to share that. And then, of course, you're adding value to each of these places. So the Republic of Korea is amazing in the fact that they're so committed, and they're not just committed in words, they're committed in actions. And you can see this time and time again.
All right, 3 more minutes, please.
There we go. Okay, so I was trying to show get out of my screen here. So I wanted to kind of go back and show the fact of what Korea is doing themselves here. So South Korea is doing its contribution to the United Nations. Again, I don't want to repeat everything Professor Kwan had said, but look at the work they're doing in Lebanon, South Sudan, India, Pakistan, and Western Sahara. I mean, this is amazing. It looks like today that the Republic of Korea has 569 soldiers serving in 5 United Nations peacekeeping missions. And so, again, it's about South Korea's commitment. But of course, in the past, you see the work they've done in Haiti, in East Timor, in Angola, Western Sahara, Somalia as well. That was their first peacekeeping missions. And so when we move on to look at in 2021, Seoul had the UN peacekeeping ministerial conference. And I think that was amazing because they, again, these are actions that Republic of Korea is taking that adds value to what they're doing. And I think that's what the international community needs to see happening. You also see the fact that we have not working so well today. Okay, so
yeah, I think you better give UNITAR example.
Let me go back.
You just have 1 minute left.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have, with UNITAR, Global Hope Network International, who I represent here at the UN, is we have a peace training course that we've created already with UNITAR. So this is kind of a perfect cutting edge peace building training program. I think, Professor Kwan, this is something that you're talking about, is having this partnership. And this is one of those things that we're offering, beneficiaries and stakeholders, we're offering them this kind of training.
All right.
Our organization in 2021, we created this project with UNITAR. It's a 2-week peace building training, and I think it's really the target audience is government officials, civil society groups, and university professors and students, people who are committed to advancing peace and prosperity in Korea, to take this course. And I think we will be working with host universities as well there in South Korea. Our commitment is GH and I in 2019, we signed a memorandum of understanding with Gangwon Province government. And so we're very excited about the fact that really this is a sign of a private-public commitment and partnership to see the success of Gosang and Gangwon Province become what we call this peace city. So we're here for you. We're here to serve you. And again, it's a privilege to be here today, and we look forward to following up after today. I hope that today is the catalyst. I hope that today becomes the place where all of us that are here today can reach out and continue to build discussions to help one another, including Professor Kwan. I look forward to communicating with you to see how we can serve you as well as serving Gosang Province. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your excellent presentation. And sorry for limiting your time for presentation. 지금 정말 죄송하게 됐는데요. 예, 아무래도 너무
Yes, I apologize because all of the discussions and the presentation were so interesting, and I myself was able to learn a lot. We are pressed for time, and so I can only allocate a limited time to our remaining panelists. I apologize for this. But I would like to say that our journey does not end here. This is a starting point, and we will continue to cooperate. So I hope that is okay. So I would like to give 4 minutes to Dr. Ha, 4 minutes to Dr. Kim, and then we will hold a very brief Q&A. So please go ahead. Yes, I would like to thank the 3 previous presenters and panelists. I teach at the Hallym University's Graduate School of Global Cooperation, and I teach UN peace and security related to UN peacekeeping activities. I believe that I'm the only person teaching this course in Korea. And also in 2010 at the UNIFIL Command, I had the experience of being part of the troops troop dispatch there. And also, I also participated in the UN Senior Mission Leader course that was held in 2019. So I have a lot of interest in the UN peacekeeping operations, especially here, Gangwon-do is where the Peace Forum is being held. And we talk about the various areas where we can promote peace, and also we look at the various efforts for actually implementing the policies to promote peace. Especially we heard about the future direction, some of the suggestions for peace on the Korean Peninsula. We also heard from Pakistan and its experience, which I believe were quite significant and timely to hear at this moment. So as it was mentioned by our first presenter, Korea in 2021, December of 2021, hosted the UN Peacekeeping Ministerial, and a lot was discussed during that time. In particular, it was emphasized that technology and medical support should be provided to the UN, for example, to start the Smart Camp pilot project, to deploy a medical support team to South Sudan, offer engineering demining training courses, provide helicopter assets, organize and offer female officer training courses, and deploy additional police force. So 6 main points were emphasized, especially when it comes to the engineering and the demining training, and also the training offered to the female officers. I think that there has been heightened interest about then where should the education take place. And as it was mentioned before, the PKO Center exists in Korea. We do believe that the private, the public sector, the police, and the military, and the NGOs, in order for them to all participate in peacekeeping operations, we need to have a national level PKO center. We have to expand the existing PKO center to be at a national level. I'm particularly interested in the issue of, rather than increasing the number of troops that are dispatched for peacekeeping operations, how can we further the role of Korean military within the international community? That was something that was mentioned by Professor Kwon. Up till now, but however, if you look at the Korean situation, most of the active military men serving their mandatory military duties and active service officers are sent as part of the overseas troop dispatch. However, we have limited military members at this moment, so I think that the troop dispatch should be expanded to include the reserve forces and the reserve officers. Also, in terms of having more Koreans enter into high-level positions in the UN, I myself have received the UN SML training, but I am now a retired military man, so I'm no longer with the military, so I was not able to participate in the high-level positions. But I do hope that the reserve officers can also have an opportunity to participate in these high-level positions of the UN. Also, I want to talk about the fostering of experts and also the operation of the national level PKO Center. I think that this is most important at this moment. Well, right now, the training for the troops that will be dispatched is carried out at the PKO Center at the National Defense University and also at the International Peace Supporting Standby Force Center under the Special Warfare Command. The National Defense University PKO Center focuses on training the individuals that will be dispatched, and the latter actually provides training related to responding to the dangerous situations, for example, attacks and terrorism, and also training for civil affairs and psychological warfare, as well as training and education about the language, the culture, and the customs of the country that they will be dispatched. Of course, right now, the training and education is carried out without any issues, but I do believe that in order to further advance going forward, we really have to integrate the two together, the PKO Center under the National Defense University and also the International Peace Supporting Standby Force Center under the Special Wartime Command. By doing so, I think that as we have more diverse members of our society participate in the troop dispatches, then we will have to have a national level PKO Center to train them. And so such a national level PKO Center's location is something that many people are interested in. And I do believe that here in Gangwon Province, where the PyeongChang Peace Forum is being held, is the right place for hosting that kind of a center. Gangwon-do is really interested in the issue of peace, and Gangwon Gangwon-do is pursuing to become a special self-governing province focusing on peace. So I do believe that peacekeeping-related agencies and organizations should be hosted here in Gangwon-do because Gangwon-do is a symbol of peace and it's at the center of division on the Korean Peninsula. I do believe Gangwon-do can play a greater role. As it was mentioned before, especially the Gosong area, I think is a right place to attract this kind of a center. Thank you very much. You made it very concise but to the point. Thank you.
Last but not least, we'd like to invite Dr. Kim Kyunam, researcher at the Research Institute for Gangwon, for your remarks.
네.
시간이 없으니까 마이크까지
In the interest of time,
하라고 자꾸 기도하는 것 같습니다.
well, I'm being pressured to be very, very brief. I had prepared something to say, but now I'm being forced to just go to the conclusion right away. Our earlier speakers have already mentioned everything that has to be said. And this direction that we are taking right now hopefully will be expanded, and we have to take the road towards the international community. So I do want to share some brief remarks with you with regards to regardless of how the National PKO Center expands, there has to be consistency in the policy. When the West Germany was pursuing unification previously, there were three principles. First is public consensus building. A huge budget, huge manpower would be necessary. So secondly, having a liberal democratic system established. Third is even with a change in the government, there will be a consistency in government policy. So right now in South Korea, there's been a lot of changes because of the change in government, but so in the future, we have to come up with some legislative and institutional measures to ensure policy consistency. Secondly, how are we going to see, or what kind of perception should we have with regards to peace? I believe that peace is actually a double-sided sword. After the 9/11 incident, we've had comprehensive security concept developed. And so countries engaged in cooperative security is not just a military area cooperation, but the area of cooperation had expanded to include, to be very comprehensive. As we heard in the earlier presentation, the public, private, military, the police, everyone should come together to collaborate. And also added to our existing overseas dispatch of military officers, the businessmen and volunteers and the religious people who go overseas. I think the training program should be expanded to include anyone and everyone that is sent overseas. Last but not least, how are we going to establish a long-term plan for our peacekeeping operations? I believe that we cannot just stop at having a national PKO center. We have a UN peacekeeping university in operation also, and there has to be a UN peacekeeping activity university that should be established in the country also. So it has decades. Right now, the UN university has decades of history. It offers both the graduate courses as well. In San Jose, in Costa Rica, they have a university. This is a one-year graduate school or master's course. And so they do provide a lot of different training on peacekeeping, but regards to the direction that we should be taking in the future, I think we need a differentiated approach. So the PKO Center in Korea, yes, we have to expand the organization, and what kind of an organization or an institution it will be, that's something for us to continue to decide. So we need to reach the agreement in the country, and in the process of becoming an agency under the UN auspices, I think having the academic researchers be involved will be important also. We could also consider, aside from the DMZ as a good location, there are a lot of online courses being provided right now. So I believe that it's enough for this center to have that symbolic significance. And our ancestors have taught us the concept of 홍익인간, which is devotion to the welfare of mankind. And I think this principle is in line with the UN vision and role as well. And so in the process of pursuing the implementation of these concepts, we could have some member states cooperative agency under the auspices of the certain university or an agency that will be educational institution that will be in charge, and they could offer some programs and be a bridgehead that will support particularly the young Koreans go overseas and participate in peacekeeping activities. So this PKO Center, this concept, this should be expanded, its role should be expanded, and should play the role of the ivory tower. In other words, do research work as well. So peace, volunteer studies, for example, could be an important new major that is, or department established. So the peacekeeping operations, yes, of course, the military aspect, military activities are an important pillar, but in the theory of war of Clausewitz, it's said that we can see the theory of peace in the theory of war. And I think this just shows that peace is a double-edged sword. And so ultimately, the military is a tool for war, but then through balance of power and superiority in power, it is a tool to suppress the eruption of war. And so, and Bedetius said that if you want peace, you should prepare for war. And I think this statement gives us a lot of insights. So when we engage in these peacekeeping activities, or when we participate in conflict areas, we have to remember that this is for all peace, because this is a reflection of our yearning for peace. And when we agree on that, and when we all act together based on this common understanding, I believe that genuine peace will be possible. And so everyone here, particularly the younger generation, your efforts and your continuous self-development will be important in our peacekeeping operations and activities in the future. Thank you very much.
For your wonderful discussion in response to the Professor Guan's presentation and other discussions. So we all know that time has been up already, but if it is okay, then let me give a chance for some of you on the floor to raise questions. Yes, please.
Working? Yeah. Oh, okay. Hello, my name is Sivara. I'm from Busan National University, and I had a question, not about DMZ, but generally about peacekeeping. As far as I know, peacekeeping operations, they often happen in corrupted or repressive countries like Sudan, Congo, Mali, and others, where governments are not really interested in protecting their citizens. And army, police officers, they exist there only to protect repressive regime. So don't you think that when peacekeepers train army and police there, they only enhance their ability to suppress, alternative democratic maybe forces? So I just wanted to know your thoughts about this. Maybe it was already discussed, or any changes can be done about this.
Okay. 그러면 지금 들으셨으니까 발표자께서
Yes. So our speaker, our presenter, will be answering that. We're talking about peacekeeping activities so far. We are not doing peacekeeping work to support the corrupt governments. So previously there were a lot of interstate conflicts. But if you look at Africa today, for example, there are a lot of conflicts that happen within a country. So these peacekeeping operations, our first principle is that we have to go in at the agreement of both sides of the conflict. And secondly is impartiality.
Impartial for the mission execution. And third one is non-use of force except defense of the mandate and self-defense. So if you're talking about Congo, Democratic Congo, so we don't have any peace to keep. In that case, we are following another United Nations chapter 7. Chapter 7 means we can use all necessary means to keep the peace. So we have two actually different types of peacekeeping. One is the peace enforcement. It means that we should suppress the rebel groups, any kind of groups. But following the chapter 6, we are using specific measures. Like I mentioned, that we just have 3 principles. One is the consent between the conflict party. Second is impartial. And third one is we should be careful to use the use of force. Understand?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the good question and answers. And is there one more, if there is any? Yes, just last question, please.
So peace education, since we're talking about that, I was focusing on education. That's why I came to this session. But unfortunately, I don't think the education part was discussed too much. I think the focus was mostly on PKO. But in listening to the Pakistani example, I was thinking that, well, the UN PKO, yes, that India, Pakistan have been able to cooperate under that broad framework of UN PKO. So similarly, on the Korean Peninsula, we have a common identity as Korean people, but then what we are emphasizing more these days is citizen or civil education, citizen education. However, in this session, unfortunately, I don't think any emphasis was given to the education part. So in that respect, if we were going to have a national PKO center in the future, then maybe it should be in charge of education work also. It's very unfortunate that we don't have enough time, but youth, peace and security, that's what I was trying to emphasize in the second part of my presentation. So UN Resolution 2250, I believe that was passed in 2015. That was adopted unanimously, and 23% of the global population is youth, and among those, about 600 million are living in conflict areas. And in conflict areas, you find a lot of the young boy soldiers also. So in the UN, at the UN, a major agenda is how to encourage participation of the youth in the peace process. So if we're going to establish a DMZ branch school, we should have a youth vision camp program, and also for the adolescents, for example, peace, security, cultural camp should be given and offered. So the security or peace education programs are almost non-existent for the youth at the moment. So since at the UN level, the peace issue is already being dealt with, we also should be providing such education courses to our younger generation. And this is directly in line with becoming a peacekeepers in the global community and becoming activists in the global community. And that will require global networking. And so that role should be played by the National PKO Center eventually.
Yes, just one more comment, please. Right?
I'll just briefly answer to your question. In my presentation, I discussed about the Pakistani Peacekeeping Operation Center, the SIPS. As I told you, it has got 3 areas. The first one is for the peacekeeping. The second one is for the conflict resolution, which offers the courses to the civilians, to the police as well. And the last one is for the research. Okay? And I also spoke about the multiple approach that do not only focus for the military. Okay, you should have the people-to-people contact. I mentioned about the religious corridor between the India and Pakistan. I also spoke about the peace train with the India and Pakistan. I also spoke about the Wagah border, the ceremonial drill. So this is a wholesome approach. Okay, the education, the center is going to focus on these things as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We have spent so meaningful time together with presenters and also, people on the floor. Only time is not with us, but this is the beginning. As you saw yesterday, there was a launch of Global Inner Gangwon Cooperation Network. So we are thinking and hoping to include this issue as an agenda. So we'll continue our discussions, and it will be more materialized in coming days. So it looks to me that the United Nations and peacekeeping and peace education, it should be a game changer for peace in Korean Peninsula and the world. Such interesting and such important issues that we have dealt with. And thank you so much for your passion, for your commitment and interest. Thank you.
Wow. Wow.
Located in the northeast of South Korea, Gangwon-do is bounded by the ocean on one side and other Korean provinces on the other. This charming region, filled with the beauty of nature, offers both mountainous and sea landscapes for a multitude of activities during different seasons of the year. Today, we chose 3 cities to visit in Gangwon-do and can't wait to introduce them to you. Gyeongpo Beach. Gangneung is the largest coastal city in Gangwon Province. During the summer, it is one of those places where everyone wants to enjoy some of the best beaches of the country. No matter if you walk north or south, through gorgeous beaches one after another, you will be followed by the infinite white sands and emerald waters. Here, the stress and anxiety of everyday life leaves room for dreams and happiness, which makes everything possible. Gyeongpo Beach is probably the most popular beach at the east coast of South Korea. Here, people enjoy different outdoor activities, or just spend hours sunbathing on the beach. It is an especially appealing vacation spot as the beach is situated between the ocean and Gyeongpo Lake. If you feel like stretching your legs, you can rent a bike and enjoy the lovely bike path that surrounds the lake. It is a fun activity that we enjoyed until late. If you decide to stay in this area for several days, Lee Kai Sandpine Resort is situated a few pine trees away. A lot of people come to visit this place to relax and feel the flavor of the Hawaiian atmosphere. It is no coincidence that Lekai means shining ocean in Hawaiian. This resort is well known for its huge golf fields in the heart of Gangneung, and it has 12 conference rooms which can accommodate up to 800 people. Sagunjin Beach. Sagunjin Beach is the most romantic beach of the coastal area. I know we've said that you can't take it easy in Gangwon-do, but this is the moment where you can impress your loved one. Don't be lazy and get ready for your date by bringing some delicious snacks and renting some of the loveliest picnic sets in the nearby shops. You'll feel like the happiest couple on the planet with the memory that neither of you are ready to forget. Songgyeojang. After enjoying the coastal area, it is time to experience ancient Korea by visiting Songgyeojang House. It is a very well-preserved traditional Hanok house of noble family constructed 300 years ago. It is hard to believe that the descendants still live in this house to this day. Surrounded by pine trees, it remains intact in harmony with the beautiful natural environment. The wooden bridge, stretched out over the pond, used to be an inspirational location for poets. Today, it is one of the most popular attractions in Gangneung, Gangneung Jungang Market. There is no visit to Gangwon-do without testing its local food. Besides local restaurants, Gangneung Jungang Market is a great place to taste some food from Gangwon-do. For food lovers, it is a must-visit place. And as you probably already know, we love delicious food, especially while traveling. Don't worry if you feel lost with all the choices offered to you. Just pick a local who is eating what looks like the most delicious food and copy whatever they order. Trust us, you can't go wrong with this. Anmok Beach. From the multitude of amazing beaches that Gangneung can offer, Anmok Beach is definitely worth a visit. It is here that you will find a popular Gangneung coffee street. Over 30 unique beachfront cafes let you drink perfectly brewed beverages while enjoying incredible sea views. Overall, in Gangneung, we mostly stayed at St. John's Hotel. Since it has fabulous conference rooms, which can accommodate 1,000 people, it has also hosted famous personalities like the President of South Korea, Moon Jae-in, and Ivanka Trump. Located right in front of the ocean, it provides you with a stunning view of the surroundings. The infinity pool on the rooftop was our favorite. The blue water from the sea merging with the water of the pool gives the illusion to be surrounded by the ocean. PyeongChang is today a world-famous county in Gangwon-do, as it hosted the Winter Olympics in 2018. With an honorable number of 17 medals and 5 gold, South Korea achieved its best performance in the history of the Winter Olympic Games. The official hotel of the Winter Olympics was the Alpensia Ski Resort, as it has the biggest conference rooms hosting 2,000 people. Today, it provides the perfect environment to enjoy leisure sports during all seasons. In winter, people come here mainly for skiing, but in summer, it creates a peaceful place to relax in nature and enjoy some outdoor activities. The resort also hosted some of the sports events in its stadiums, like ski jumping. You can go to the top of the Peninsula ski jumping center if you want to experience how the athletes felt before they jumped. Woljongsa Temple at Odensan Mountain. Situated on the beautiful Odensan Mountain, Woljongsa Temple is the place where you find peace and enlightenment in the solitude of nature. It is a spiritual healing experience where you will breathe the history and heritage of one of the main religions of South Korea. It is also a foreigner-friendly temple stay that breaks down the barriers of language and achieves mutual understanding among all humankind. Sky Ranch Hanulmokjang. Sky Ranch is a lovely sheep farm in South Korea. The ranch is so beautiful that it became a popular tourist attraction in Gangwon-do. These cute, lucky animals enjoy grazing in the vast fields and are used to interacting with humans. After hanging around with them, a tractor brought us to the top of the hill in style, surrounded by a multitude of windmills in perfect harmony with the beauty of nature. It offers a magical experience that we weren't prepared for. Finally, we finished our day with a lovely picnic in the middle of the river, enjoying their delicious, fresh, farm-made yogurt. Jonggangwon, Traditional Korean Food Cultural Experience Center. After enjoying tons of delicious food across the country, it is time for us to learn how to cook it. Jonggangwon provides traditional cooking programs where visitors can immerse a little bit more in Korean culture and learn the way their food is made. They even grow their own ingredients, which gives us
Wow. Wow.